comes on stage and that speaker leaves, a new message is broadcast. Are they retaining it at the end of the day? I would love to be your closing keynote speaker, and I will wrap up everybody's talks into one 45-minute to 90-minute speech that will carry on throughout the coming weeks and months. And they're like, yeah, oh my gosh, that's so true. Like, people forget like what they learn. And so I said, let's have a conversational keynote experience at your event. And they're like, let's do it. You're done. So I framed the problem in, you don't need another boring speaker. You want what's delivered at the event to carry through for the coming days, weeks, months, and you want people to retain the information. So then I name it, conversational keynote experience. And then once I've created the problem that I solved, the number one problem that most speakers have is they don't know who to contact and they don't know how to find the stages to get booked on. You might be a powerhouse of a speaker. You might be a powerhouse of a podcaster. But if you don't know where to find guests, if you don't know where to get booked, if you don't know where your customers are hanging out at, you might have the best product in the world. But if you don't know why they want it, if you don't know what they're looking for or how to reach them, you're not going to win. You have to frame the problem, name it, and then you have to claim it as your own. And so you have to condition the market to receive that problem. I'll give you an example. I'm old enough to remember a lot of things from like the 90s. I'm only 42. Anybody remember Pepsi Clear? Yeah. How long did that last for? People were like, what is that? Then they drank it, they're like, probably isn't that good. It tasted kind of like Sprite with none of the fizz. And so people were confused. They're like, I'll just go get a Sprite. It tastes better, and it kind of looks the same. So that died off. Pepsi does some of the craziest marketing in the world. About 3 years ago, during one of the Super Bowl commercials, Pepsi had a commercial where everything was red and white, and the dancers had a can. And then everything melted into black and blue, and the can was a Pepsi can. But in the beginning, they had a red circle with a white line through it. Everybody had on like circles on their clothes, and you're like, oh, it's a Coke commercial. And then all of a sudden, it was a Pepsi commercial. All they did was reinforce that brand. Nowhere in category design do you ever reinforce someone's brand. If I'm trying to market something, I don't say, all these other speakers that talk about resilience or leadership or category design, they don't do it the way that I do it. It makes someone go, I wonder what other speakers are talking about. And then they're going to go and look. It's same with podcasts. Like, we're different than all the other podcasts that talk about resilience or like veteran podcasts. Oh, we're not just the same veteran podcast as every other veteran pod. When you start talking about other people's programs, products, services, all you do is reinforce their brand. Category design is you marketing the problem, not the solution. Just look at your Facebook right now. All you're going to get is buy my stuff, buy my stuff. Everybody know what I'm talking about? You're inundated with ads. Buy my stuff. Come on, please, for a limited time. And it's always like, Black Friday, the value is $100,000. I'm going to give it to you for $9.99. Or you go to like some events and they're trying to sell the programs in the back. And they're like, all of this right now, if I wasn't at this event, is $100,000, but you can get it today for the low price of $9.99. You're like, you're giving somebody a $99,999 discount. That's amazing. So now, category design just says you created the category, you own the category, you own the space, you own the program, product, or service. There's no competition. In category design, you have three. This is very, very, very important. You have three types of people in category design, and you're seeing it right now play out. You have category victims, you have category players, and you have category designers. The category victims right now are being destroyed by AI. So AI is replacing a lot of people, and people get mad about that. they're a category victim. AI is wiping out certain categories that no longer are needed. Then you have category players. If you and I are going to create a company and you already created it, I'm about a year behind you. I'm not going to create the same thing inside of what you created. Those are category players. Why would I want to play in your sandbox and get charged to play in your sandbox when I could just build my own sandbox and charge people to play in mine, right? That's the category. And we're not talking about like industry specific, like transportation. There's the transportation industry, and then the categories like public transportation, buses, taxis, then you've got rideshare, then you've got, right? So in the car manufacturing world, Tesla is number one, and no one's going to beat them. Not Rivian, not anybody else. They're not going to be beat because Tesla designed EV. The electronic vehicle category is owned by Tesla. No one is going to beat them. And that's why no matter what happens in the world, Tesla's always going to have 76% of the market valuation of that category. No one's going to beat Tesla. He framed the problem. He claimed it as his own. And then people went out and they bought it based on not the marketing, but the problem that it solved. So when you first create whatever it is that you're going to create, or go back and look at everything you're doing, what problem do you solve? People buy their way out of problems. They don't buy into solutions. And you see it on social media all the time. Everyone's like, buy my stuff, Black Friday, buy my stuff, this, buy my stuff. I got a free book, I got a free guide. Comment me to come get it. That's not marketing. They're not framing a problem in a way that's like, you know what? I actually need that. You remember the old infomercials? Like, but wait, there's more. All they're doing is showcasing the problem. And that's why QVC was so good. Because they were framing the problem like, look at this mop. Look what it does. Have you ever had this happen? Listen to what they're saying. Have you ever had this happen? This is the solution for it. And they're showcasing the problem that their program, product, or service solves. And so as I close, which really doesn't mean anything, but it gives you hope that I'm almost done. Category design is all about framing, naming, and claiming the problem that you solve. Because creating a category is solving the problem that you create. Market the problem that you solve. Create the problem that is in the industry, not in every single category in business. Like, you could get a Chevy or a Ford or a Chrysler or a Tesla. You get any car, but why? Most people will say, well, my family's a bunch of Ford drivers, or my family's a bunch of Chevy drivers, or I just like the way the Dodge Ram looks. Or, well, it's pretty affordable. The F-150 Lightning, it's pretty affordable for an EV truck or something like that. But the guys who are buying those vehicles in droves are like, I need a truck that's going to have a plug. I'm a work guy. I'm a construction guy. I need that. And they're going to go straight for what they're looking for. And so whatever it is that you do, market the problem, not the solution. Know what problem you solve. Market the problem, not the solution. One last thing before I go. In category design, the category players can only get that 24%, right? You've created a business in an existing category. You're only going to get 24%. The category victims that are getting wiped out, the category players will fall into that at some point in their life cycle. Unless you rebrand or unless you position somewhere else into a different category, the category players will fall victim into the category that gets wiped out, like AI. It's the same thing as when cars replaced horses or tractors. Ford said, if I listened to my consumers, I would have made faster horses. They created the car, which replaced a lot of other horse and buggy and all that, right? Ford created the problem and then solved it by creating that vehicle. It's the same thing as when tractors replaced a lot of the livestock, and it happens all the time. So we're seeing right now, AI wipe out entire categories because of how good it is. And that's amazing, because we're on the frontier right now that you can go, people are creating their own AIs right now. And so if you're going to get in, now is the time, but you have to create a problem that only you can solve and then market that problem and condition the market to receive that problem. Otherwise, you become everybody else. I am not a motivational speaker. I'm a business positioning strategist, and I'm a master resilience trainer. That's what I am. And so throughout this event, I want you to think about, what is the problem that I solve? And why do people come to me more than anybody else? If you're not conditioning the market in your marketing to receive that problem, you're failing as a marketer. And even as a professional speaker who's booked 20, 25, 30 times a year, I'm not a speaker. I'm a marketer who markets my speaker business. If you think of that, are you constantly on sales calls for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week? If not, then you're a marketer who markets your business. So I want you to think about that. Condition the market to receive whatever it is that you're creating. If you do it well and they adopt into your program, product, service, whatever it is that you're created, once they adopt into it, the market will crown you the category king. As long as you have 16% market penetration, it's called crossing the chasm. As soon as you have that 16% market penetration, you will be crowned the category king or queen. So I'd love to have conversations with you throughout the event, and I want to thank you so much for listening to me, and I hope you have an amazing day. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the parade deck side stage. I'm Megan Brown, and I am so excited that we have Bruce Thompson with the Wounded Warrior Project here with us this morning for a quick interview. He is a career transition coach, and he has some exciting news to share. Tell us what's so exciting about eligibility at Wounded Warrior Project, Bruce.
Well, the great part is many people don't understand that you can be enrolled as an alumni member while still serving on active duty. So don't wait. Get enrolled with Wounded Warrior Project right now so you can take advantage of all the amazing programs that we have.
That's amazing. Talking about some of your programs, tell us a little bit about the programs that you guys offer at Wounded Warrior Project.
So the one that everybody really should be paying attention to is our benefits team. We have veteran service officers that are full-time paid employees that are incredible at helping you get the benefits that you've earned through your service, and it's absolutely free. So please enroll, take advantage of that one. We have mental health, we have outreach, we have alumni, we have Warriors to Work is where I'm at, and it's a free career coach to help you figure out your next career, the employment search. All those things that just frustrate us with what do we do once you take off that uniform. We're here to help you at absolutely no cost to the alumni or their family support members.
That is so cool. Our family transitioned out a year ago. We are 1 year out. We made it out alive. Praise the Lord for that. And here's what I'm really excited about. You have these alumni events that are specifically developed to build community and connectivity. What are some of your favorite things that you've done in the alumni category?
So one, who doesn't want to go throw axes, right?
I want to go throw axes. That sounds amazing.
Axe throwing, go-karts, date night charcuterie board making. Like, come on now, guys. That's a little icing on the cake. So there's all kinds of different things, and we have them all around the country. You just have to check out what's your alumni. You'll get an email every Tuesday. Call it the Post. It talks about all of our in-person and virtual events that you can sign up to. Take advantage of it. I mean, why wouldn't you want to be part of the coolest nonprofit serving post 9/11 veterans in America today?
I love that. You heard it here first, family. If you are active duty, you are eligible to serve or to sign up as an alumni. Register online at their website, and you too will receive all the information coming from this amazing organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to the stage.
Hey,
Hey, thanks so much, Megan. Thanks so much, Megan. Hey, Sam, don't point your microphone at the speaker right there. There you go.
Okay.
Hey, after StreamYard acquired his first AI company, he became the director of AI, leading innovation and creator-focused technology. Welcome to the same Sam Bhattacharya. I'm Travis. We've got Simona, and moderating today is Sean.
What's up, guys?
Girls. Hi.
How we doing?
Good.
Good.
So we're going to talk about AI that's going to turn podcasts into polished clips, and we're going to talk a lot about the repurposing part of this because a lot of podcasters and a lot of content creators want to make little micro clips, and we're seeing a lot of shorts. And so Simona is the CEO of Volt Productions. It's a full-service podcast agency. And so since you're right here, I want to talk to you real quick. What are some AI tools, just kind of laundry list some of the AI tools that you use?
We keep it really, really, really simple. In our agency, we use something called Descript. Is anyone familiar with it? Yeah? Okay, all right, I love it. It's like my little secret weapon, so I really like it. And in addition to that, the mic is hot. In addition to that, I use sometimes Opus clips, but honestly, a lot of the time I like to create things manually because I like to listen for the specific parts that I like in an episode, and then I'll use the tools to help me produce it.
Very cool. Travis, you're a podcaster. Is AI helping you in any way in your podcasts?
It absolutely is. Use tools like Boomcaster, which has got a great feature. It lets you edit the audio, the video, and the transcript all in one spot. So if I say in the transcript and I delete it in the text, it will automatically delete it from the audio and automatically delete it from the video file, so you don't have to go back through and edit each little piece over and over and over again.
Very cool. I know Descript does something similar, right?
Yeah.
Sam, talk to us about StreamYard and your AI and kind of how that process worked out.
Yeah, so hi everyone. So my name is Sam, and I used to be the head of AI for a company called StreamYard. I think are we using StreamYard right now?
I think we're using Restream.
Restream, okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well, no hard feelings, because I'm not affiliated with StreamYard anymore. It was acquired by a private equity firm last year, but yeah, so I originally had my own AI company. It had AI features for streaming and video conferencing, and StreamYard acquired my company in 2021. And so I powered a lot of the AI features like virtual backgrounds, AI noise removal, beauty filters, and around like the ChatGPT boom, when people were starting to add like AI editing features, they had me working on a slew of new AI editing stuff like clips and such. But then StreamYard was acquired by a private equity firm last year, and the founders quit, and that was my cue to leave and take my stuff to my current company, which is Katana.
Where do you see AI being used predominantly in the capacity that you created it for StreamYard, and we got Restream, and there's a bunch of other ones. Where do you see AI predominantly being used?
Yeah, so I have my own particular vision for how AI is going to affect podcasting and editing specifically, and talking about categories. I think that the whole idea behind AI is to speed up and automate kind of workflows that you're currently working on, right? And within the world of editing specifically, which is probably the biggest kind of time sink of like repetitive tasks that you're doing when you're kind of making content, I see that there's going to be one area where you have software like Descript, which is they're going to have AI tools that help you work faster and edit faster, and it's going to help you like autocomplete, like find me all of the ums and ahs, or flag all of the kind of parts that I want to remove. And so if you're an editor, that helps you work faster and get through post-production much faster than you otherwise would have. And then with on another lens, you might be able to actually have AI do the edits for you, and that's kind of something like Opus Clips, which is I don't want to even get into the editing, just give me something that works. And so you'll have people that would be doing new things like repurposing their content with tools like Opus, or with my own company Katana, which is getting you a fully edited video podcast without needing to get into the video editing in the first place. It's helping you do stuff that you otherwise wouldn't have had the time to do. And so I see those two things, which is like, for example, on one end, like you're editing and you can edit faster now with AI features, and then the other is the AI makes it so convenient that you could now do things like repurpose your content or move from audio to video that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to do, because the AI just makes it a lot easier to do that now.
I like that. Simona, talk about how many shows you produce in a week in your agency and kind of your process for how you're pulling from the large 45-minute to an hour show. How are you pulling the clips, and how do you know what clips are going to be pulled?
That's a really good question. So we do about 20 to 25 podcasts on a weekly basis, which is a lot. It's not just me. We're a team. I don't think I'd be able to do it just me. And in that whole process, so we use Descript for our editing, which has been a huge time saver, kind of like what you were saying with removing the ums and the ahs and like taking out some of those really obvious parts of an episode. It helps condense it down a little bit, which is great. So when it comes to the actual clips now at this point, the clips, so typically what I'll do is I'll have Descript help me by, there's this feature in it, it's called, I think it's like Find Clips, I think, is that what that's what it's called, right? Yeah. I'm like, hold on, I use it every day, but I don't know. So it's this feature called Find Clips or Find Key Moment or something like that. So I'll click that button, and it'll give me like 20 different options of different clips that I could use. And so I kind of go through them one by one, and I start to listen to each one just to see, does this start in a moment that people will actually understand? And is this something that people will be able to relate to? And is it actually something that's interesting in the actual episode? A lot of the times when people are creating clips, they're creating clips with like, okay, I'm going to use something like Opus Clips. I'm going to create 55 clips. I'm going to take them all. I'm going to put them on YouTube. I'm going to put them on TikTok. And I'm just going to blast my content everywhere. That's fine, but the challenge with that is when people come across your content, they have no idea what you're talking about. There's no context in the whole thing. Like, so you see this clip and it starts with, well, so and it's like that tells you nothing in anything. So I heard this really good tip once, especially when it comes to clip creation. Talking in sound bites is always a good thing to do if you're being interviewed on something or if you're interviewing someone. Trying to set up the conversation so that you'll get a sound bite from that person is always really helpful. But when it comes to the AI side of things and the technology side of things, I use Descript to help me find the key moment, and then I go through them all to see which one is going to resonate the most, and then from there I'll go in and I'll edit it. So I'll add captions to it, we'll add graphics to it, and we'll kind of chop it up a little bit so that it zooms in and zooms out and so on. There's more AI tools that will help you do that kind of stuff, but a little bit classic in some ways too. I like keeping things a little bit manual. I like to have a pulse check on it, right? Because if actually, Sam, maybe you might want to challenge this thought. If you start creating everything with AI, you kind of lose that human element to it, right? And that's something for me in the content creation process. I want to make sure that we're still preserving the person's voice and their message and what they're actually saying. So this long-winded way of telling you what it is.
No, I love the explanation, and you're kind of right. A lot of us that have been podcasting since 2017, 18, 19, right? I mean, you and I had many conversations about like, where's the podcast space going? And we're at podcast events, at PodFest and everything, and we're seeing it kind of go up and down, and then all of a sudden, here comes the pod fade, and then and there's oh my god, a new tool, and then there's like a resurgence in like the podcast listening space. So for you use Boomcaster, love that. Where have you seen the most traction for the videos that you created or for the podcast content? Where do you see the most traction?
Well, I see the most traction right now. The straight answer is YouTube. Right now, they're trying to compete with TikTok, so YouTube has taken all their algorithm and all their algorithm muscle, and they're funneling it into their clips. So you can post a full-length video like I would for any podcast, and you get somewhere between 10 and 150 views. I post 10 clips from that one episode. Each clip has 1,000, 1,500, 1,200, 3,000 views because they want people to get that micro content. I know my son is on YouTube all day long. I don't know how many videos he watches in a day. But he's just next video, next video, next video.
Is he watching yours though? Is the question.
He's not.
Well, there you go.
I mean, how many kids really listen to their parents, right?
None.
Not till they're hit like 25, and they're like, maybe Dad did know something about life, but not before then.
You're grounded for not liking, sharing, and commenting.
Subscribe.
You better subscribe to my channel if you want to see that allowance. Where on, as far as like market, where do you see the AI tools going, Sam? Because a lot of people, like you made the AI tool, and there's a lot of people that I know that have their own AIs doing things. So as a market for especially podcasters and videos, where do you see that going?
Well, I mean, I have my own particular opinions and thesis because I'm building my own company, and I wouldn't be building my own company if I didn't think everyone else was doing it wrong.
Right. Hence the question.
Right. So I think basically, I think the reason for why I am building Katana is to help people get into video. And I think a lot of the reason that people worry about moving from audio to video is the 5x, 10x amount of effort that's involved in post-production with video. It's just a whole other ball game. You have to think about like video quality. You have to think about camera angles. You have to think about how the audio and the video play together. You can't just cut off all the filler words, because if you have video, your video is just going to be like, and then you also have, well, I mean, it is, right? And then like, because okay, so like, Descript is fantastic for that, but if you do that with a video, then it's going to look terrible if you just like remove all the filler words with a video. And then so I think what we're going to see, and what I like, the interesting thing is this is all happening at a time when podcasting is moving towards video, and people are still figuring that whole audio versus video thing out. What I think is going to happen is that you're going to eventually see AI tools that help people kind of bridge that gap of moving from audio to video. I think that no one nowadays has the time to build two different shows, one video show and one audio show. And audio is very important for a podcast. If I'm listening to an audio and it's clearly just like the repurposed like video interview, that shows through and you're not respecting your listener, right? And so what I think there's an opportunity for AI tools to help you like cut down the editing effort by having edits that are good for audio and edits that are good for video. And it's kind of like repurposing, like you have your one show, there's the live stream version, there's like the video podcast version, there's the audio version, there's the clips, and there's all these different things that you would do, all these different edits that you would do for each of those. But then, like, no one has the time to do that manually. But if you have AI either helping you as within like an editor software, or kind of like a tool that just kind of like Opus or my tool Katana, which is it just gives you kind of like, here's the 5 different versions that you need for your different platforms, and here's the edits we made for each platform, and here's why, then it makes it a lot easier to then have like one source of content, but respect each of the mediums that you're going to publish to, the audio version, the video version, the clips, because each of them has their own particularity. Like what makes for a good clip on TikTok is not the same as what makes for a good video interview on YouTube, and is not the same as what makes for a good audio listen on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And so just having AI that helps you make those different edits that respect each medium, I think that's going to help people kind of like get on multiple platforms and do well on multiple platforms with less effort.
Damn.
Yeah.
What?
Thank you all for coming. No, I'm just kidding.
I want to follow up with this. And so if I create let's say I create a short and I put it on YouTube, you're saying I can't use that for TikTok, or I can't use it for Facebook video for a reel?
No, I'm talking about like the long form versus short form video, right? Like, because like for the long form, right, you have this whole other set of concerns that you need to take into account. And for short form, I think my whole beef with things like Opus is that I think repurposed content is not going to be as good as like a short video that you make specifically for shorts. And you have to think about all of these things, like people have no idea about your podcast, and your short is almost like an ad for your podcast. So you have to make sure that you have enough context so that people get that hook within the first 5 seconds or 10 seconds. And so like there's all these things you need to do specifically for a short, and that's not true of your audio podcast. It's not true of the video interview. Like there's all these different things that you have to kind of take into account for each medium. And like the specific moments you would choose as the teaser for your clip are different from say like even like a teaser for your video interview or the audio intro for your podcast, right? Like what goes into the first 10 seconds of your content is different for the audio, is different for the full video interview, and is different for a clip.
I love that. Which leads me to your agency. How does your agency position that intro, that short, and like he said, the clip that goes on TikTok or the clip that goes into a reel, the clip that goes on YouTube Short? How are you differentiating all of those different ones, and how are you positioning it?
Yeah, so we always edit, if I were to give you like a workflow, we always edit our audio first, and we edit that so that it like Sam was saying, you can't do the same edit for audio and video necessarily. So we edit through the audio side first, which is great. And then in Descript, you can duplicate a file. So you duplicate that file, it gives you the exact same file. And then as we're editing for audio, we'll go through and we put markers in for video. So we'll say we want a graphic here, we want this type of intro here, so on, so on, so on. So we leave ourselves markers in the actual episode, which is fantastic when we're editing everything, because then all you have to do is find those markers throughout the content, and then you can go back, you add in your B-roll, you add in a graphic, you add in words, like whatever it is that you want to add in, we do that on the video side. And then it's also, I mean, if you come to my talk a little bit later today, I'll talk more about this, but we also go through and set up the file differently for audio and video. So on the video side, we'll have a different type of intro, we'll have a different type of outro, but they're not things that take very long. They're things that are step and repeat, because when you're doing 20 to 25 podcasts on a weekly basis, you don't necessarily have the time, like you were saying, to go through and edit everything for audio and then everything for video and then do it all over again. You just don't have the time to do that. It's a lot of energy. And so we try and find different ways to make it so that we can have a really good product on both sides. So on the audio side, that's what we do. On the video side, that's what we do. And then we have a format for each of them. And we just follow our format. And then we also test and we see, like, what is working, what's not working, what does the market want more of, what's changing, how are things shifting. So we're always keeping a pulse check on that as well. And then from there, from the edited video version, that's where we create the clips from. So our clips will come from there, kind of what Sam was saying, and I think you were saying as well, making sure that you have that hook that's pulling you in right away. But those are all things that you're going through and, in my opinion, doing a bit more on the manual side. Because if you start using AI for all of that stuff, again, you lose the human element of it. But I think that there's a purpose for the tools, for sure. So that's a little bit over the workflow.
So why?
It's so technical. I wish I could just show you.
What?
Come to my demo.
You can book a discovery call with her.
Stop that.
Why a different intro for audio versus video?
So on the video side, you really have to think about like listener habit, right? Listeners or viewers rather. People don't have an attention span. People don't want to listen to you ramble. People don't want to listen to you, a big long intro. They don't really have the time. When you sit down and you watch content, you want exactly what you want to see. You want it right now and you want it fast, right? So when we create on the video side, for example, we will start it off with a hook, maybe it's 10 seconds, and then we put something that I like to call a sting in between the hook and the actual main content. And so you have your sting, and usually it's just like a logo or something like that with a couple bars of music. I like to keep it simple. What I'm looking for in our video content is completion rate. I don't really care about the whole fancy intro and this and that, whatever. When you're a huge, massive creator, it works because people will sit there and they will watch it, and that's great. But when you're a smaller creator and you're just trying to get started and you're trying to get your business off the ground and all the things, I don't fuss with all of that, And the goal is to have a higher completion rate on your content. When you have a higher completion rate on your content, it's going to push your content out even further. People are going to watch it even longer. That's the metric that you want. That's the metric that you want to be watching.
Love that.
I wanted to hop in a little bit and talk about the difference between audio and video podcasting. I've got a friend that is a Marine Corps Podcast of the Year a couple of years ago, Travis Partington. He's got a fantastic show, Oscar Mike Radio, and he does a video-first format. So he's got video bumpers. He's got all sorts of different kind of ads for different people, which is fantastic if you're watching the video, because if you're listening to the audio, I was like, oh, I got a little drive. I'll just pop it on Spotify. He wants me to review a show, which is great, helping out a friend, listening to the show, give him some feedback. And I hit play, and I heard some kind of background music, and then it changed over to something else I wasn't really clear on, and then it's something else. It was like 8 minutes before there was like actual words, because he was running visual video ads, and he just took the video file that he had and he threw it into the podcast and he hit submit, and it went great. And I was like, hey man, for the guy just listening to the show, I have no idea what's going on for these 8 minutes.
That's a long time.
It's a super long time. I mean, my son can get through 37 videos in that 8 minutes, right?
Not that video.
Not that video, right? And then there was a few other times throughout that content where he had great video content, but it just didn't simply translate to the audio-only platform. So for those creators out there that are doing those things, keep that in mind, that if you're doing audio first, there's going to be a little bit of something different for the video. If you're doing video first, it might not translate directly into the audio.
Talk to us about how Parade Deck is embracing those AI tools and kind of behind the scenes of the desk at the podcast director, what you are focusing on specifically inside of that industry.
Well, we got a few things. We do have a partnership with Boomcaster, so if you come on and get a pro plan, you have access to the Boomcaster Unlimited. It's cheaper going through Parade Deck because we got to deal with them. And I heard a rumor, I use that term loosely, that we're bringing on Katana.video to help us do our audio clips. And you know, I know you don't want to like sell your stuff. You're not out here to just shill your product. But my team, I also have an agency. My team uses Katana.video. It's faster, it's cheaper, it's easier to use than Opus Clips. Opus Clip, you have like credits that you buy because I think they're built on ChatGPT, right?
Yeah.
Which means if you get to a certain amount of videos, you get to start paying extra within a month. But because Katana.video is its own platform and it's not using ChatGPT, there's like one low fee of $30 a month. You can make unlimited clips. So for someone like running an agency like Travis or Simona here, that helps keeps our costs down and lets us focus on serving the client rather than are we going to make these extra few clips because Opus Clips is going to charge us more. And anything out there that's built on ChatGPT as a primary, they're going to have tokens, which means they want you to buy more as you go, and it's such a pain.
Can I add really quick to this?
Yeah.
So I'm a huge fan, obviously, of like using some AI components to help create content and so on. One of the reasons I think why we still do so much of it manually is because a lot of the AI tools that I've found, specifically Opus Clips, really sorry if they're watching this, but I actually find it really difficult to create content on there. I just did it for a client the other day, and like it gave a good product, but then I couldn't take that video and I couldn't upload it to Instagram because the specs weren't the right size. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, this is supposed to be saving me time. And it's actually caused me like hours of frustration. And I'm like, I don't have time for this. Like,
yeah, and the clips are not quite right.
no.
Like you would come in, like I did an interview recently with actually one of our fellow podcasters here at MIC, and he posted one of the clips, and I was like, hey man, did you go back through and like look through this clip? And he's like, no, I didn't. I was like, because it starts off in the middle of, well, you know, so, and, which is not a great place to start, especially when most clips are just that long, right? So like with Opus Clips, you have to go back through and look and see the clip that it grabbed you to see if it makes sense. Does it make sense without any other context? Does it make sense without any other lead-in or any other framework for the question? Are you getting that clip that's really going to hit, or are you just trying to save yourself time?
Exactly. And I want to add to that also, as someone who obviously, like, I consume content but also create a lot of it for myself and for clients. When you have content that's like that starts with or so and there's no context, and you do that repeatedly over and over again, you lose brand credibility. Like, you lose credibility in yourself and the podcast and the show and so on. And I have creators that I follow on TikTok, for example, and their content starts out like that, and immediately I just want to scroll away because I don't understand what you're talking about, and I don't sitting here scrolling for 2 hours, but I don't have the time to watch it.
Well, I mean, okay, so I mean, like I mentioned, I wouldn't have started a company if I didn't think everyone was doing it wrong. And I think one of the problems is that a lot of these companies are just literally feeding a transcript to ChatGPT. And my biggest beef with that whole approach is that ChatGPT wasn't trained by editors to edit content. And so it's like a lot of it comes down to training, right? So there are tools that can help you like make an app nowadays without needing to know how to program. And one of the reasons that you can do that nowadays is because ChatGPT actually was trained to write apps and make websites, because literally OpenAI hired like 1,000 programmers to kind of check, like, make me an app, and then, this yes, this no. Like, they had this whole process. They spent millions and millions to get ChatGPT to write good code. No one at OpenAI hired a bunch of editors and sat down and said, this makes for a good clip, this doesn't make for a good clip. So I think I would caution that, like, there's this term in the world of large language models called hallucination, which means that, like, you ask a question to an AI and it will give you some nonsense answer that is not wrong. And there's like a darker side to this, where when you're asking it about transcripts and video, it will give you answers that sound right, but if you were actually to make edits based on those suggestions, it would be awful. And so that's what ends up happening in a lot of these tools like in like Opus Clips, where you have clips that just don't make sense, because they're just trusting that ChatGPT, gave a right answer. And some of the answers are right, but some of them look right, but they're terrible if you actually use that for an edit. That's might be, so like, I would caution people in terms of like AI, but that doesn't mean that like AI is not capable of making edits. It's just that like ChatGPT and people just using like untrained models for kind of making these edits has risks.
Yeah. Opus Clips is, correct me if I'm wrong, is the program that it'll list a bunch of videos from that one, and it gives you the virality number.
Yeah.
Right? Perfect. So I'm going to ask one last question, and for the next 88 minutes that we're together, Jeff is like, whoa.
Easy day. Easy day. I got all the sleep last night, and I'm ready to go.
Perfect. What is your final message for those that are podcasting either audio or video first and are just dabbling with these little tools? So I used to use Headliner all the time. That was my go-to. Headliner was like my jam. So for those that maybe are in, celestial podcasts, right? Like, we're like old school, like audio first. What is your message?
Got to change with the times. Well, I mean, look, every industry is being changed in some form. I think podcasting is interestingly kind of facing two changes. One is AI and the other is video. And at some point, you're going to have to figure out both. Like, it doesn't matter like what tool you use, but at some point, you're going to have to use some kind of tooling, and you're going to have to get on multiple platforms. Like, there's probably no around either of those two things.
Yeah. Simona, for your clients, what do you tell your clients when they're like, I don't know if I want to do video, or I don't know, I want a podcast? What do you tell them?
I tell my clients to not take themselves too seriously, honestly. There's a desire to want to make sure that you create the absolute best possible thing that you can and put out there. If you wait until the moment where everything is perfect, you have every single perfect tool, your message, like everything is 100% perfect, you're never going to post anything. You're never going to post anything. You're never going to show up on video. And you just kind of have to get over the hump and the stressor that's behind that. I have been doing this since 2018. I saw a huge shift from the audio to the video side. I was like, I should probably get on that. And I did, but I will also be the first person to tell you that I don't like being on video. I don't like creating video content. I don't like it. But I do it because the message is more important and is more powerful than my desire to be uncomfortable, if that makes any sense. So I'm always making sure that the message is leading in no matter what we're doing, and it's the same thing for our clients. We're a message first agency. All of the other things we'll be able to figure out. So that would be my final thought for you.
Travis, as we close, which really doesn't mean anything, but gives you hope that we're almost done. Where do we go from here with podcasting and video? I mean, I think we're pretty sure that video is kind of the forward-facing program that we're going to be hitting on.
Yeah, so I'm one of the late adopters, because not because I don't want to do this, not because I'm lazy, right? I'm lazy by nature. I started a podcast, and people are like, "Oh, hey, where's the video?" I was like, "I don't want to do video." And so I recorded video, but I didn't like my face, so I put a sticky note over my face on the screen so I could record and not look at myself, Oh yeah, and then people are like, "Well, where's the transcript? Like, we need to." I had some deaf nonprofits reach out to me, like they wanted this information, and the audio that I had and the video I had wouldn't help them, so I got the transcript, and I posted it to my website, and then our website traffic tripled overnight because it turns out that a 40-minute conversation equals a 10,000-word blog post that you didn't have to write. So I only move specifically when I'm forced to, but every time that I do, it's always been worth it.
There you go. They will be around this area. You can ask any questions off stage, and let's give this panel an amazing round of applause.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Parade Deck side stage. It's Megan Brown, and we are here with Lauren Piette, the editor of Military Brands. We're so excited to have you here. Tell us a little bit about Military Brands.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. Military Brands aims to serve the military community, whether that be veterans, mil spouses, or active duty. What we ultimately do is we serve the military community by providing information that is accessible and that is valued by the community, whether that be benefits or lifestyle pieces. We ultimately aim to improve one's access to information in a way that they want to consume it. So what we're ultimately focused on is ultimately modernizing our websites in ways that are easily understandable, easily consumable, and it makes our information unique.
I love that. I love that. So as the editor of Military Brands, what's your vision for communicating these resources and information pieces to our community? What are you hoping to accomplish?
Yeah, ultimately we're trying to transform our platform into a video-first publication, modernizing our layout, and we're ultimately hoping that through this change that we're going to, be able to communicate these resources in a way that is meaningful to the community and transitioning from long-form into short-form consumable content to keep up with the modernization area that's happening.
You mean there's better resources than just Googling strange questions about military life and PCS?
Yes.
That makes me very, very excited. We are super thrilled that you're here. What are you here to learn at MIC?
Well, I'm here ultimately to connect and network, hoping to, build our editorial team, meet some amazing writers, social media podcast contributors. So I'd love to network with anyone. If you're looking, to be a writer, contributor, please come talk to me. I'd love to have a conversation with you.
Amazing, amazing. The last question I have for you as we wrap up this interview is, how do they find you? Do they go to militarybrands.com? Is there a newsletter you'd like them to sign up for? Is there a social platform where they can follow you?
Yeah, so we have a website, militarybrands.com. We also have at Veteran Life at Instagram and Facebook, at My Base Guide on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, and then at MilSpouses on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook as well. We also have a YouTube channel for MilSpouses, Veteran Life, and My Base Guide as well. And then you can connect with me on LinkedIn at Lauren Piette.
I love it. You heard it here first. If you are a writer, contributor, podcaster, or other media professional, you might want to come and meet this lady as she begins her career serving in the military editorial department. Thank you so much for being with us today. We're going to return to the main stage.
How's everybody doing today? I'm over here, but how's everybody doing today so far? We have some really good topics that we're going to be discussing today. We have a phenomenal schedule, but first I want to introduce the next person on stage. She's a combat veteran, author of Dial Down, and the founder of Humble Warrior Wellness and Yoga, a nonprofit serving veterans and first responders. Through holistic strategies, and she empowers mission-driven leaders to find calm, build resilience, and lead with purpose. Please join me in welcoming Raquel Durden.
Welcome to the stage.
I feel very welcome. Thanks.
Before we begin, I just want to make this kind of a big deal. Georgia Woman Veteran of the Year this year. Wow.
All right, all those women veterans out there, let's hear it.
Love that. What did that entail? Like kind of list me some criteria that you had to meet.
Well, you had to be a veteran in good standing, and they did do due diligence. Then you had to make a contribution to the veteran community that was bigger than yourself, bigger than the neighborhood, and mine extended, multi-state, national. So yeah, and then you had to be nominated and voted on, and then of course celebrated.
Love that. Congratulations. That's a huge I have a 7-year-old that's got a little bit of ADD, and our word is calm. Every time she's kind of like over the top, I'm like, okay, calm. Because she gets really like, oh my God. Like if we're at the zoo, she's like, oh my God. Like I'm like, calm. Like I don't want her to go away from where she's at, right? Because she'll take off and all the things. So talk to us about what is Calm on Demand?
Well, I'm going to kick it off with a short reading because chaos is everywhere, but calm is inside. And you can access that regularly and on demand. Yeah. Chaos is everywhere. Endless responsibilities and demands of an ever-connected society have led us to wear busy as a badge of honor. We often mistake constant motion for purpose or value. But what if perpetual busyness isn't a mark of success, but rather a response to stress? The chaos we cling to is often a thin, fragile shield hiding the deeper emotion and physical tolls of life. So it's everywhere, so we need some strategies to help us.
And what are those strategies to keep ourselves calm?
All right. So our well-being, I look at like a platform on top, and that platform is held up by 2 pillars, connection and wellness practices. Connection really comes down to being connected to large groups and small groups. In large groups, like if I said I'm a veteran, you're a veteran, that has meaning. I'm Army, you're Air Force, that has meaning. It can give us a sense of identity and purpose, but it can also give us anonymity. We can show up at a Falcons game or a UGA game and all the swag, sit down there and be part of something, but have no responsibility, just exhale. We can exhale into that comfort. Small groups, that's where trust and transparency can happen and real relationship building can happen. So that's a big, strong pillar all by itself. The other pillar is picking wellness, and wellness has this huge umbrella. From serving, we give up a lot of choice. So choice is very empowering. I lead with 3 core activities, yoga and breath work, and for me it's one thing. If you lose the perfect yoga pose, but keep the breath going, like your daughter, keep the breath going. Yeah. That's good yoga. You're gonna dial down. You're gonna start exhaling a little deeper. Then there's journaling, and journaling might freak some people out. I know when I put a date on something and start writing, that's evidence. Like I don't want people to find that, But I explore a lot of journaling, and gratitude journaling is evidence-based. It helps us dial down, clear our thoughts, look for patterns, analysis. Then we introduce whole food and mostly plant-based eating. There's no perfect diet, and I explain that in my book, but application is key. Why? Answer the why. Most of us don't want to live with inflammation, and we have it. It shows up as headaches, joint achiness, it shows up in redness in our skin. So a mostly plant-based diet allows for reduced inflammation. I think we can all get behind that. Yeah. And then the other 2 that we added are nature-centric activities. We are inside and ungrounded so often, especially our children. We need to get them barefoot on the grass for grounding, physically connecting. We're a system of systems. There's more vitamin D from 20 minutes of sunshine than there isn't any food source. And then the last is prayer. I was raised Christian. I know a lot of prayers, but there's so many prayers out there. There's songs of praise that can get us going and unite us. There's breath prayers. There's praying for others. But when you have this collection of wellness activities and pick what chooses for you, you can turn inward regularly. You can weave it into your lifestyle. Yeah.
I love we talk a lot about mental health and wellness in kids, and especially like with PTSD and TBIs and all the things, right? So if someone right now has a lot of chaos, someone's going through a divorce, they've got kids that are now in college, it's their own sort of chaos. What's your message to them? Do you give them just a strategy, or what do you tell them?
So what I like to say is, sure, a yoga class once a week might be nice, or a massage or whatever, but weave wellness into your lifestyle. Be a wellness weaver. So I would start out just simple things like uncross your legs, ground your feet, lengthen your spine. Start inhaling, but exhale a little bit longer. Yes, there's box breath, there's 4-7-8, there's all these awesome strategies that work. They're evidence-based. But if you can just start working on exhaling a little deeper than your inhale, you're going to feel a calmness. And then if your thoughts are reeling, pick up a pen and jot something down. I carry a little notebook in my purse. I have a journal by my bedside. But getting them to weave wellness into their day, a little 5 minutes here, 30-second breath, 1 to 3 minute prayer or meditation is going to serve them so much better than that once a week activity.
Oh, yeah. In 2013, the Army and Air Force came together and created the Comprehensive Airman and Soldier Fitness. And I was on the team that helped create a lot of those resilience programs that we used up until about 2019. Mental, social, emotional, and spiritual resilience. Do those wellness practices that you have in your book, does it cover all of those pillars of resilience? Or are there certain strategies that work better for the mental side more than the spiritual side, or the social side more than the emotional side?
Absolutely. Like I said, wellness is a big umbrella, and I stick to what works in my experience with women veterans and women first responders. That's who I serve in my nonprofit, but it's universally appealing. And the tools, I want ones that have an enduring change, and that's very repetitive. So the number one tool I like to lead with is really the breath, because it hits on all of those. We are a system of systems. It starts with our nervous system, our respiratory system. So I'm looking for those heavy hitter wellness practices that encompass many of those areas that you mentioned. And I'll share so much in anyone who wears a uniform and run towards danger and not away from it. We get trained in resilience. We know how to put that mask of resilience on, but we don't get a lot of training in dialing down in a healthy way. So many people, civilians, military alike, we're hardwired. Our body has a natural intelligence, so we're trying to figure it out. And some of us navigate it, but most of us don't do a good job. So it looks like self-medicating, self-harm, isolation. It can also look like taking something good, like working out, like the guy who introduced me. He hasn't missed a few workouts. But we can take it to the extreme, and all of a sudden now I run into someone and they're like, I need help. I can't dial down. Tell me about your lifestyle. I got this 500-day running streak. Bad knees, they run in storms, they run alone. I'm like, whoa, we've just taken it to the extreme. And I think that's kind of the nature of people. Something good, more is better. No, not always.
Right. That's a really great point and a really great message. For someone that right now feels like they're under the burden of chaos, like there's a really heavy weight. And what I've noticed is that you feel heavy, right? Like you feel like you walk a little more slumped over, you walk a little lower. When everything's right in the world and you're on cloud 9, you walk a little taller, right? Your chest is out, your shoulders are back. It's like basic training, like chest back, shoulders out, right? Like
right on.
So how do we get someone to be one with the chaos? Yes, it's calm on demand, but what does that look like? Paint a picture of what that would look like in someone's life.
So I think we've all run into a person like that, or maybe we are that person, and we're probably all that person in a season or two.
Right.
But first I would share is we insulate, we don't isolate. It's okay to be alone, but it's not okay to be lonely. So you want to connect with maybe some like-minded people. Right here we have Georgia Military Women. It's a group of 5,000 women veterans in the state of Georgia. And then the second thing out there, I call that in dire need of refresh and reset. Get them outside. Outside, there are so many benefits. When we kick our shoes off and touch the earth, touch the terra, have the sun on our face, we are grounding ourselves physically because of being a system of systems. How many times do we look at mountains and feel refreshed? How many times do we have our toes in the water and butt in the sand? I think Zach Brown sings a song about that. You know, we instantly feel refreshed. Gardeners, their hands in the dirt. That child that is so tight, their shoulders are up to their ears. Get them outside in a swimming pool or playing in the dirt, touching your dog. If you can't be outside, or for some reason shoes, or, you know, we work with amputees, different things like that. Maybe you have a service dog or a dog. If the dog is on the ground and you're petting that dog, you are grounded through that dog. Forest bathing, we teach forest bathing, this total immersion where we're kicking up biomes, all these little, you know, microscopic particles that feed our immune system. It's just get them in nature. Let's insulate and not isolate. Don't leave them alone until they feel strong enough to be alone, but not lonely.
Love it. Raquel Durden, everybody. Show them your book.
All right. Dial down.
There you go. Thank you so much.
All right. Is that okay? Oh, yeah. All right. I got to give this. Hold this. Hold this. You have such a warm demeanor. I was going to shake your hand. You have such a warm demeanor. Thank you. The head.
Good morning and welcome back to the Parade Deck Side Stage. This is Megan Brown and I am so excited to have with us Dr. Marshall Barr with Xterra Health. Tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Yeah, thank you so much, Megan. Yeah, so we are a group of independent medical providers, physicians, nurse practitioners, PAs, and we work with veterans who are going through the VA disability process, particularly on the medical evidence side of things, providing independent medical opinions, otherwise known as nexus letters. So the big issue we've identified is, just in 2024, 36% of veterans will face a denial. Particularly, most of the time, it's because of lack of medical evidence. And surprise here, and spoiler alert, a big part of the culture is don't ask, don't go to sick call, suck it up, there's no vulnerability. Maybe go see your team medic, get some motion under the table. But 20 years later, their knees are falling apart, back's falling apart. They go to the VA, they face a disability. And why? It's because they can't find that nexus, that bridge between the claimed disability and their claimed condition. And so oftentimes they're faced with navigating an exploitative, predatory environment of other companies trying to take advantage of them, maybe in their most vulnerable time. And so we wanted to identify that and fill a gap that was needed.
Man, what an amazing, amazing initiative. Tell me a little bit about how they find out more about you, how they get involved, how they connect with you, and how they can gain access to some of the services that you guys provide.
Yeah, so you can follow us on any of our Xterra Health social media platforms. XterraHealth.com is our website. We are launching our nonprofit. We'll be the first in the space that offers these services completely free of charge for veterans and financial needs. So that'll be the XterraHealthFoundation.org. So check us out.
We are so excited to hear more about that. I can't wait to see that grow. My husband retired last year in 2024, and that would have been an amazing resource. We talk about transition out and navigating all those things, figuring out what we need, what paperwork, building all these packages, getting medical evidence, and making sure that we are saying, okay, darling dear, when you're doing your test, make sure to stop when it hurts, not how far you can go. Make sure that you stop when it starts to feel pain. But it's one of those things that we really don't know what to do. And in the middle of all of the transition, it can be really, really stressful trying to find all the paperwork you need, how to find access to the people that you need. So I'm really, really, really personally excited about this mission. What is one thing you want the attendees at MIC to know about you, and what can you gain from them?
Yeah, I think the most important part is to know that, in the process, especially in transition, we want to make sure that, we're not just carrying you, we're actually helping you walk along your journey. And I think the most important thing I'm here for is I want to learn about how everyone else aligns with our mission and how ultimately we can help veterans.
Great, great day here at the side stage at the parade deck. We're going to go back to Jamie. Jamie.
All right, welcome. If you have just gotten here, welcome to the parade deck stage. If you've been here for a little bit, stay with us because we're going to have some more really fascinating information, great speakers coming along. We just talked about breath in the previous one, so let's all together take a deep breath. Hold and release and get ready for the next one, because with over 20 years in the U.S. Air Force mastering space control and communication, he's now turning life's toughest lessons into powerful stories. As host of Passing the Torch podcast, he inspires audiences with wisdom, resilience, and the power of mentorship. Please welcome Martin Foster.
Hello, hello. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us for our fireside chat today. I'm so honored to be sitting here with you. This is going to be a fantastic conversation. For the next 15 minutes or so, we're going to dive really, really, really deep. I want to first ask you, what does the name Passing the Torch mean to you?
It's so funny. So I created my podcast on December 31st of 2017. I was at a New Year's Eve party, and I set it as a goal for the upcoming year. And then a week later, I recorded my first episode. I didn't even have a name for it. So I didn't have a name for my podcast until about 3 episodes in. Passing the Torch, I don't know exactly how I came up with it, but I focus my podcast on mentorship and personal development. And I thought about how passionate I am about teaching the lessons that we've all learned in life and passing that on to the next generation of people. So then I remember seeing something about the Olympics, and then it's with the torch, right? Mm-hmm. So then just randomly one day on my couch, I thought, Passing the Torch would be a cool name for the podcast. And that's really the short story for that. That's really cool. I really like that. So when you think about mentoring and passing information to the future generations, which is obviously a really important thing, how do you want your message to land when people receive it? That's a great question. So for me, I think about one of the reasons I started my podcast was because I was searching for something that I could not find in the present. And all these great conversations that I've had in my life, I wish I could have captured them. So if I could pass on a message, it's that our future is someone else's past. That's one thing that we all have in common. And podcasts are a time capsule, a slice in life. So, when I think about podcasting overall, message for people in this crazy world with AI, in this crazy world where there's billions and billions of people in the world, but we still feel so disconnected. Podcasting allows for connection, and it's a storytelling for an audience of one. So that'd be my message. That's really cool. Now, when you have different people who are on your show and where you find them, so you're not just interviewing just veterans, you're interviewing all kinds of people, right? Yeah? Okay. Yeah. What made you open it up to more than just the veteran community? Just chasing my curiosity. Yeah. So I read so many books, and I watch a lot of TED Talks and YouTube videos. And really, I focus my podcast on the subjects of leadership, character development, and resilience. So as long as if there's a story that ties into one of those pillars, I just chase that. But I have a niche for my podcast, but it's still broad enough that it opens up the aperture so I can talk to a lot of people, some people that we have mutual friends. Yeah. But even for this year, I've had quite a few military people on, but also Kurt Warner, who's my favorite NFL quarterback of all time, was on my podcast. He was on my podcast because he has one of the most amazing stories about resilience, and there's so many lessons learned from that. Cody Keenan is another person who's not in the military. Cody Keenan was President Obama's chief speechwriter. So he came on my podcast, and we talked about just character development. There's so many different rabbit holes. That's so cool. Absolutely. So how is it then, if you want to tell our lovely audience today, what would you recommend for them to get to the crux of this story? Because when you do a podcast that's like this, it's very easy to add in additional fluff. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, even when I do my own podcast, I never like to start with, tell me your story. You know what I mean? Because it's like, we will get there, and also people will start at different parts of their story. And so a lot of the times you can end up with a conversation that maybe doesn't dive deep in the way that you want it to. So what do you do as a storyteller, as a creator, as a researcher of these topics? What do you do to get to that piece that everyone wants, that transformation piece, that one thing that's actually going to move the needle forward for somebody else? I say just be authentic and just tell the truth. there's so much. The best part about the truest form of podcasting is if you're able to be authentic and tell the truth, and you have to be creative on how you tell that truth. Creativity is the vehicle, truth is the foundation. Also, for me, I pride myself on my research. I do a ton of research on every guest that I have on, and I know some people, they don't research at all, and that's fine, but for me, in order for me to tell the best story, I dive deep into research. It's part of my livelihood in the Air Force. I served 23 years in the Air Force, and it was actually part of my job. But yeah, just try to think, in essence, how can I tell the truth? How can I tell the authenticity of someone's story?
Very cool. I want to challenge the word authenticity, okay? Roll with me. So authenticity is a word that I think a lot of people use. In some ways can become a buzzword. Yeah. How do you define it in your own way that's separate from, you got to go out there and be authentic, make sure you get onto the mic and be authentic. How do you define it?
That's tough. It's different for every person. You know, when I think about what I want to get across in stories, or a reason why I listen to podcasts, I listen for authenticity, I listen for storytelling, and I listen for connection. Those are all things I think, like most people, I've had struggles in life, past and present. But one thing, regardless of the low point in my life, one thing I always search for is authenticity, storytelling, and connection. And specifically with authenticity, it kind of goes back when I was talking about AI. There's so many, everything just seems so distant and so fake with some of the programs and stuff out there now. I'd say with authenticity, I think just being real, just being true to yourself.
Very, very good. So you did your time in the military, in the Air Force. Now you're retired.
Yeah.
What are you going to do to continue passing the torch in your work, in your message, in everything that you do?
So I served 23 years. I joined because of 9/11. I'm 43 years old. I'll be 44 in 6 weeks. My birthday's in early November. One of the reasons I retired is because my dad died when he was 51 years old. I was 11 years old at the time, and he died at 51. So last year when I applied for retirement, I thought to myself, what if I knew I only had 7 years left to live? Hopefully I live longer than that, obviously. And the answer that revealed itself was, I want to chase after my passions. I put so much heart and soul into my podcast. I've had it for 8 years. I started it in January 2018. There's been countless hours, mornings, 2:30 in the morning, editing episode, researching an episode, posting on social media. I do it because I love it. I can feel it in my bones. What I hope to achieve, there's a quote that I have written, there's two quotes that I have written on my computer desk at home, one of which, dreaming without taking the first step will cost you your destiny. So it's just something that I remind myself every day. I do feel like I love the military. The military was incredible for me and my family. It made me a man. But after 23 years, I need to chase this other version of myself. So that's what I'm going after. That's how I hope to pass the torch moving forward, is just going after it, just going after your goals, your aspirations, reminding myself, like, if I only had 7 years left to live, how would I want to live that life?
Beautiful. Now, I guess we still got a little bit of time. I was going to say a final question, but I don't think we're there yet. How would you recommend someone take what you're doing and implement it in their own life? All of the principles that you do, the going after it and so on, it's very easy to just say, go and do the thing, chase your goal, go and do it. But what is it about the fire within you that helps other people access that within themselves as well?
You're killing them with the questions.
Oh, thank you.
So I think the actor Chris Pratt had this quote maybe like 8 years ago when he got in shape for Guardians of the Galaxy. He said, how do you want to be, how do you want to look 8 months from now? The same amount of time is going to pass. So how do you want to look? And I've thought about that for myself. Like, who's the person I want to be in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years? I think I think just keep it simple. a lot of times we overcomplicate things as people and as humans. So I'm a firm believer in just momentum. So rather than just saying, like, create those small objectives to accomplish every single day. So for me, I have non-negotiables that I do every single day. And I think the very first thing I do when I wake up, I make my bed every single day. It takes 30 seconds. And then I follow that up by drinking an 8-ounce glass of water. I know that sounds small and very trivial, but these small habits lead to, they compound into bigger things. So if you have a goal, break down the elephant. How are those things that you can cut it down into pieces, those small tasks that you can easily accomplish every single day?
I think that's fantastic because I think it can feel very overwhelming when you want to start something new, and especially if you've kind of been in a phase maybe where you feel a little bit stuck or you're not really sure what you're supposed to be doing next. What is that next step for me? What is this thing that I'm supposed to be doing? And it's like you have this inner calling and you have this desire within you, but you don't really know what to do with it. And sometimes it really just is about just taking that one little next step. But it's not always something that's easy for people to do, right?
No, it's tough. There's no easy solution, but I think it's just the small actionable steps can go a long way. I'll drop another quote. I think it's by Lao Tzu. Is the journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. So sometimes it's just it goes back to the first quote that I said, that dreaming without taking the first step will cost you your destiny. But yeah, if you want to get started, just go for it. If you want to start a podcast or any type of content creation, just know when you start, it's going to be choppy, it's going to be messy, it's not going to be perfect. Look at Mr. Beast. His first video compared to his videos now are wildly different, but you just got to start.
Absolutely. You have to start somewhere. And so if we have one maybe key takeaway today, it's just to take that one step, have that momentum, move forward, try the thing, because even if you try something, you're going to be redirected into somewhere else, right? You kind of always end up where you're supposed to go.
I think we're getting the curtain call, but I have one last thing I want to say.
We have too much to say, you and I.
Do I do it?
No, we do together.
Yeah. Regardless of your affiliation, whether you're a civilian who supports the military, whether you're a military spouse, a military child, veteran, or active duty, again, regardless of your affiliation, we're all sharing the same story in the defense and service of our nation. So regardless of your affiliation, I just want to thank everyone for being here today. This is my first time doing something like this, so I'm honored that you chose to give me your time and attention. I appreciate all of you. Thank you. And thank you, Simona.
Oh, thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you.
Deck side stage. I'm Megan Brown, and I am here with Cassandra Friend with Xterra Health. Tell us a little more about Xterra Health. We're really excited to hear a little bit more about what you guys do and how everybody can get in contact with you.
We actually partner with Xterra, and we run Kavlin Custom Solutions. So Xterra, our partner, they went before us. They do Nexus letters. They are independent medical providers. And we actually take a consulting approach to VA benefits. So I'm a nurse by trade. We do a lot of nurse consulting on the VA disability side, help veterans figure out what they need to claim, and then help them prepare for their exams. I know you were talking about you can only move something to the point of pain, not how far you can move it. And those are the kinds of things that we talk about as we prep clients and veteran service members for their exams.
So let's say there's a veteran here that wants to get in touch with you guys and get started in that process. How do they do that?
Yeah, there's actually a couple different ways. Kavlin Custom Solutions is on Facebook. It's on Instagram and on LinkedIn. My co-founder, Haley Elliott, she was actually a commander in the military. She's on LinkedIn, Instagram, and then same with myself, Cassandra Friend. I'm on both. We do a lot of stuff through referrals just by the basis of our results and our former clients wanting their friends to reach out.
I love that. If there's one call to action that you would give to the Military Influencer Conference to learn more, sign up our newsletter, follow you on social media, what would be that call to action? What can they do that can get them to some tangible resources today?
Yeah, absolutely. We are actually at the Xterra booth with them, so we have our promotional products there where you can find us on all of our different social medias. And then from there, we have a sister nonprofit you're able to try to connect with us through as well. So definitely stop by the Xterra booth, and you'll be able to talk to them as well as Kavlin Custom Solutions.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to go back to our MC, back to Joel.
Hello, hello. Again, if you've been here already, please stay because we have a Marine coming up. Before the Marine stepped on stage, we had an Air Force talking about passing the torch. So now we're going to pass the torch from the Air Force to the Marine Corps. With 23 years in the Marine Corps, on the ground, in the air, and in special operations, he's flown the F-18 Hornet more in combat scenarios than he has in peaceful skies. Now, as president and CEO of Project Recover, he's dedicated to bringing home America's missing and giving closure to Gold Star families. Please welcome Derek Abbey.
Welcome to the stage, Derek.
Sean, it's a pleasure to join you on the parade deck stage here at MIC. This is special, quite the crowd. Thank you for having me.
Well, what you do is absolutely special. And so I want to thank you, and I think on behalf of everybody, bringing fallen airmen, Marines, soldiers, Navy guys. I want to dive right into what is your latest project that you are working on in Project Recover.
Well, we're working on a lot of projects. There's more than 81,000 American service members who are designated missing in action, and we have hundreds of cases that are open that we're actively working on across multiple different stages, from research to sending teams in the field to search for these sites, documenting these sites once we find them, and then ultimately conducting recovery or excavation of remains to bring them home. So there's multiple cases that we're working on right now. We have 2 teams in the field actively working right now. We have one in Italy, one in the Marshall Islands, one's a land mission, one's a water mission, and even coming up on the 25th, we'll be memorializing another service member from World War II that we recovered, Shepik. He'll be memorialized just south of Pittsburgh. He's been missing for more than 80 years, but Project Recover located his B-24 bomber in Papua New Guinea, and he's finally going to make it home after 8 decades to a very grateful nation and a family that's waited far too long.
Wow. So was the airplane still there? Like it was still... Was it buried, or walk us through that?
Yeah, so this aircraft specifically was a water loss. It was shot down, it was lost in the water, and it was in about 212 feet of water. And so in about 2017, the team actually was doing a mission to Papua New Guinea to do some water searches as well as some land reconnaissance and searching. And this was one of the cases that was on the list. You know, when we go to other parts of the world, it takes quite a bit of resources to get the people and the equipment and things there. What was special about this case is right before the team was heading out the door, we received a message from one of the family members. And believe it or not, they had done their own research, a lot of research, and they handed that off to us. Little did they know that we were on our way to Papua New Guinea. And so spent a few weeks searching the waters of a place called Hansa Bay in Papua New Guinea. And of course, as it always happens, on the last day, located this site in about 212 feet of water. So quickly did as much documentation as we could, and we were able to determine that it was a B-24 and that it was the Heaven Can Wait, that's the name of the aircraft, with the missing aircrew on it. Unfortunately, we went from there into COVID not too far after, so it took a little while to get the recovery effort completed, and this one was pretty complex. It was a deep water site, deeper than our organic capability to execute recovery, but the Navy Experimental Dive Unit came in and executed a recovery mission using saturation diving. At the time, the deepest underwater recovery effort by the United States Navy to recover missing Americans ever, and they recovered some of those remains. They've gone through the identification process, and now this week we'll have another one accounted for.
Oh, wow. So they don't recover the actual aircraft. They leave the aircraft intact, and they just recover the remains.
Yeah, that's right. Our mission is about the people. It's about the people. It's about the families. But, you know, I've been doing this work for more than 20 years, and people still introduce me to other people, and they're like, hey, this is Derek. He searches for lost aircraft. And I'm like, well, that's only part of the story. The aircraft are a means to the people.
Right.
And I know there's aircraft enthusiasts out there, especially some of these old warbirds that we find from, you know, the World War II era. But really, once we find that site, that is a means to getting to the people, and we'll do everything that we can to get to those individuals, to recover them and bring them home to their families. So that means tearing that aircraft apart. But we don't bring anything else except for potential human remains and artifacts that'll help with the identification of those individuals.
Yeah, I love that. I want to ask you a question, but I want you to go deep, okay? So Project Recover's mission. What is Project Recover's mission on paper? Your mission statement, like what is Project Recover's mission?
Yeah, it's very simple. We use some of the most advanced technology and protocols to locate, identify, ultimately repatriate American service members home. We believe that when you don the cloth of our nation, swear an oath to the Constitution, that we as a collective American public make a promise to that individual and their families that should you fall in battle, we'll do everything that we can to bring you home. That promise doesn't have an expiration date, and Project Recover does everything we do, or everything that we can do, to keep that promise. And so ultimately, it's just keeping the promise and bringing people home once they're lost in battle.
And that's where I wanted to go into. I was going to ask you, you said we believe, and I'm like, he's already nailing it. I was going to ask you, what really is the mission for Project Recover? And you beautifully articulated that.
And, you know, sometimes people think, you know, World War II was 80 years ago. Some of these families, the people that knew them, the individuals, they're no longer living. These are second, third generation. Do they still care? 100%. Families care. And when somebody goes missing, it's different than when somebody's killed in action or we lose somebody that's close to us. I think almost everybody, if they haven't, they will lose somebody that's close to them, and it's tragic, and we deal with the trauma. But when somebody goes missing, it's a different impact. And what happens is every single one of those family members hold on to hope, no matter how slim it might be, that that person has somehow survived, and at some point they're going to make their way home. And because of that, the grieving process is interrupted in a couple of ways. First, when we lose somebody that's close to us, we go through ceremony, whatever our backgrounds are, we memorialize that person in our own way. And the other thing is role changing organically occurs within the family unit. Mm-hmm. But when you hold on to that hope, you don't memorialize them with a ceremony, and that role changing doesn't occur. We don't talk about it because they're going to come home at some point. Right. And that interrupts that grieving process, and we have seen it in the hundreds, if not thousands, of families that we've worked with where they're still holding on to that intergenerational grief related to this now mythical figure that was lost, and they're somehow going to come home. And when we interact with them, and we've had the honor of interacting with these families, when we can talk about finding their loved ones and their loved one is on their way home, you can see the grieving process pick up where it left off. First, there's this disbelief. What are you trying to sell us? You're going to ask us for money or something like that. No, this is not a scam. And once we get past that point, then they want to know everything. You know, what happened? What's the site like? Can you show me any pictures? Tell me how you did this, everything. And we've been just honored to kind of been caught up in the process of the family, and we've been blessed just to be able to kind of bear witness to that and be with them in those moments. And it's incredibly impactful for us, as you can imagine, but incredibly impactful for the families and the communities around them as well.
Is this a traditional nonprofit in a sense that, like, there's fundraising, or the families, I'm sure they don't absorb any costs for this? So walk us through that process, because it can't be inexpensive, right? To get a diving crew down 212 feet.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, first, the families have already given everything.
Yeah.
They're not expected to give anything. We would not solicit families directly for any type of support. But yes, we are a nonprofit charity. We rely on the public to advance this mission. And it's not cheap. So we have to go out, we have to bring visibility to the mission, let people know the scale of the mission, things like that, and encourage them to support it, and then show, of course, our results. We're also a partner of the Department of Defense. So the Department of Defense has the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, DPAA, which is the official DoD entity that is responsible for accounting for missing Americans. In 2015, they created the capacity to have public-private partnerships. So they come to us to execute pieces of that mission from time to time, but the majority of our work is done on our own unilaterally as a charity on behalf of the public with the public's support. And, you know, I mentioned that 81,000 service members are missing in action going back to World War II. What's not included in that missing in action is as many as 20,000 service members who are missing from training accidents off of our coasts, in our mountains, in our Great Lakes. And that translates to a more important number, which is about 5 million Gold Star MIA family members across our country who are suffering in silence with the loss of their loved one. And I do public appearances like this all the time, and I'm talking to people, and typically if there's about 100 people in the audience, one of them has an MIA family member, and they just hold on to that loss different than many people expect. And afterwards they'll come up and say, I don't know if this has anything to do with your work, but I have an uncle that went missing in Vietnam or World War II or Korea, and so I don't know if that applies. And yes, it absolutely applies. This is the whole reason that we do this work. You are the reason that we do this work, but for some reason that group of Gold Star MIA family members just sometimes feel like all the work that's happening today doesn't apply to them, but it does, because this is something that is uniquely American. We're not going to stop until that 81,000 or that 100,000 number is as close to zero as possible.
Right.
And every single one of those family members can appropriately memorialize and celebrate their loved ones.
Very, very cool. There's a lot, I won't say a lot, but there are quite a few national cemeteries, Normandy, and I was in England, stationed in England. There's one there. I understand the mission of bringing them home. Are there any instances where you would find someone, let's say you're somewhere in France or Italy, would they get memorialized at Normandy, or how do you determine, is it based on family, or how do you determine if you just found somebody and you can't locate the family, how do you determine where they go?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we think about those cemeteries that we have abroad, and this mission is uniquely American. There's not another country that proactively searches for their missing and brings them home. But when you think about those cemeteries, whether they're related to World War I or World War II, every single one of those family members was given the opportunity to bring their loved one home or let them rest where they are with their brothers and sisters in arms overseas, and those family members decided that. So going back to the Spanish-American War, that was when a decision was made that should you fall in battle while serving as a United States service member, you'll be returned home at the expense of the United States government.
Oh, wow.
And so when we find a site, a process immediately takes place. If there's remains there or exposed remains, we always have an archaeologist or a forensic anthropologist with us, and it's pretty much like a crime scene. So chain of custody is established. That chain of custody is coordinated and processed through the host nation, wherever that country is, whether it's in the South Pacific or in Europe or anywhere else in the world. We coordinate that with the Department of Defense. And so a strong chain of custody is established to bring those remains back to the United States. And they're going to typically go to a lab that's either in Hawaii or in Nebraska. And even if we recover a site, it's a single piloted aircraft, or we find remains, there's a dog tag mixed in with them. We know exactly who it is, 99.9% sure. When those remains are transported back to the United States, a blind identification is done in one of those labs to make sure no mistakes were made, using the most advanced technologies as well as some traditional technologies and other information. So, hey, there is a dog tag here. We know DNA analysis, skeletal analysis. They'll look at dental records and things like that, rings, watches, anything else that can help triangulate and come up with a 100% solution that this is who it is. Wow. And at that point, the family is notified as if the person was killed in action the day before. And they're going to memorialize how the family wants to, with full military honors, like we see, unfortunately, with our killed in action in present-day scenarios.
Oh, that's very cool. I love that they're honored one last time. I really love that. What I want to get really deep into is, what is one story that sticks out for you? Like everybody in the military, everybody in their company, everybody in their mission always has one that maybe keeps them up at night. We don't have to go that far unless you're comfortable, but there's always a moment. There's always a story that's like you need to take a breath first, right? Would you mind
Well,
sharing one of
unfortunately, we
those?
only have 30 minutes, so.
Well, the
but
next
I do
2.5
yeah,
hours.
I got a couple of stories like that, and the cliche answer, of course, is the next one, right? The next one is.
yeah.
But I've been doing this work for more than 20 years, and I started off as a volunteer with the organization. I became a team lead. From there, became a board member, and now have been president and CEO for 6 years. But I became involved when I was a member of a fighter squadron in the Marine Corps, and just by chance, I was handed the phone in the ready room one day, and on the other end of the phone was this World War II veteran from my squadron, and he was looking for contact information because they were going to have not a memorial, they were going to have a reunion in Indiana. And I said, I don't have any information, but I'd really like to come out and just join you for the reunion. And it was a connection across time, and they're like, tell us about Iraq and F-18s, and it's like, who cares about that? Tell us about World War II and Corsairs, and they're like, who cares about that? So it was Marines connecting across time, and it was then that they said, you need to meet this guy, Pat Scannon, who's our founder, who's doing this work in the South Pacific, searching for service members who are missing in action. I was like, oh, I'd love to. Well, and it was through these World War II reunions that Pat and I met, became fast friends. He invited me to be a part of the organization, and I just thought it was the right thing to do. I had no idea how I would contribute. I was deploying all the time, but finally I had a break. I was able to join the team on a mission in Palau, searching the waters and the jungles. Came back from the Middle East, unpacked a sea bag, packed a suitcase, joined them, and we had an MIA discovery that year. And it was my first one, my first mission, first discovery, and it was a Marine from my squadron from World War II.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
wow.
so from that point, I didn't think this was going to be a lifetime of work, but I was hooked. I was hooked, and I just said, well, I just got to keep on doing this. And, you know, some of these cases take 20 years. I've been on those cases, and sometimes it's your first mission. But I was hooked at that point. It was, you know, we don't believe in serendipity or coincidences or anything like that. We have one family member we were at a reunion for that Heaven Can Wait crew I told you about earlier. We met with the families up in Minnesota, and we were talking about how all these odd coincidences and things happen. And one of the family members said, you know, those aren't coincidences. That's not serendipity. Those are angel taps. Oh. And so now I look at those moments, and I say, you know, somebody was tapping on his shoulder saying, this is probably what you should be doing. And here we are 20-something years later. That's amazing.
I love that. I love that story. Where do we go from here? I mean, it's not lost that there's going to be a, you know, God forbid, another war, right?
Yeah.
There's always going to be another conflict. There's always something in the world that's going to, right? So the work doesn't end. No. You still goes, but where do you see the future of Project Recovery?
Yeah, so we are always working on new technologies to advance our mission. Time is not our friend, as you can imagine. So, you know, when we started this work, we were doing one mission a year. Now we're doing about 15 missions a year all over the world. And my goal as president is to continue to scale that up to about 30 missions a year. And that's not scaling for scaling's sake because we want to be bigger. It's because time is not our friend. Mm-hmm. You know, erosion takes place. Human development is encroaching on these sites. And depending on where that happens, if it's the wrong people, we might never ever recover them. So we want to do everything that we can to bring these service members home and provide answers to these families. And so we're working to build visibility related to the mission, get more teams in the field, more missions executed so we can bring more people home. And we're working on some of the most advanced technologies. You know, we've done a lot of work underwater, done things I could never imagine doing underwater, especially as a Marine, you know. And for the long time, the best technology we had in the jungle was the boots on your feet, a machete in your hands, and, you know, a compass because most of the time a GPS was blocked out. But now we're doing things like environmental DNA work where I can test the soil and tell you if somebody has been buried there or nearby. Oh, wow. And so we're doing some great work actually with the University of Georgia here in Georgia to advance that technology. We've had success doing that, and that's going to help us a lot on land cases, especially when you're talking about infantry losses or prisoners of war that were executed where they were trying to hide sites or we don't know exactly where they're at. So we're doing some really amazing things on the science side, and we're doing everything that we can to get more missions into the field.
Yeah, no, I love that. In our remaining time, I'd love to talk logistics. You had mentioned something about boots on the ground with a machete, and in a perfect world, you would stumble and go, "Oh, there he is!" Like he's just on the surface of the, of the tree bed. You know what I mean? Like he's just there in the grass. You know. Logistically, some of the missions might be classified. We know they were, let's say, Vietnam. We know they were in Vietnam. We know there was a mission to here, but what if there was a classified mission? Like when I was in Iraq, we forward deployed, right? So, but those forward deployments aren't always documented because someone says you have to go there, and they're not going to cut you a set of orders to go to an FOB, right? They're not gonna cut you a set of orders to go from Kandahar province over to Bagram and vice versa, right? And so sometimes they're like, "Hey man, we need you to go over there and go recover somebody. Go," and you just go. So what do we do? How do we find them?
Well, classified documents are still classified documents, and even though I had a clearance at one time, it doesn't allow me to access those things these days. However, I mean, you think about, we're working on MAC v. SOG cases right now from Vietnam, which
ones?
MAC v. SOG. So they were penetrating into Cambodia and Laos, very classified missions.
Yeah.
And some of the most valuable information related to those losses are the individual experiences, the oral history of those individuals that can now speak about it.
Yeah.
And, if there are cases like that earlier where the information is classified, but we have access to those people, documenting that oral history is valuable. And not just our veterans, but other witnesses. When it comes to our World War II cases, when I started this work, which, 2 decades ago, we were interviewing plenty of World War II vets and plenty of firsthand accounts. And those are very few and far between, and the next generation, it's going to happen more and more. So when it comes to that classified cases, we're always asking for more information when we're doing our archival research, but there's nothing we can do to get that declassified.
Yeah.
But the biggest resource is the individuals that were participating, those survivors of those missions that can really help us.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm just thinking that you're searching for someone and then you find something else, and you're like, that's amazing. How far back are you going? So you find the B-24, right? And now it's like, oh, let's pray there's probably a dog tag on them, right? And you're like, perfect. Run the name, right? So run through the process. So they find the aircraft. Maybe there's a dog tag. There's maybe 2 or 3 people in there because it crashed. What's the process? Write down the names, call people, kind of walk us through the process as we end this session.
Yeah, so any of those cases, and so most of the time when we are doing a search mission, we have an idea of what we're searching for.
Okay.
But we also do find things that we're not searching for.
Right.
And so once we find a site, is it man-made? Yes. Is it an aircraft? Yes, if it's an aircraft that we're looking for, or is it a ship or something else? And then we just funnel it down using all sorts of information. Oftentimes related to the type of aircraft, but a triangulation of information. If you have a serial number, that helps incredibly, and now you know exactly what it is. And from there, a full-on archaeological documentation of the site takes place with the intention of preparing for a future excavation.
Okay.
If there are exposed remains, when we find a site, that's when we have the archaeologist, forensic anthropologist on hand, so we can take possession and create a chain of custody immediately and work with the host nation to bring those remains home. And we want to do that because it might be a year before we can return to do
wow.
so the process can take some time.
Oh,
you
wow.
have to have permits, you have to have permission. You can't just go to another country and start sticking shovels in the ground or sucking up dirt.
Very
you
fair
can
point.
do it once, but we
Very
want to
fair.
do this as much as possible.
Yeah.
So it's always with the support of the host nation. So we got to get a variety of permits, and that varies on where you're doing, what kind of environment you're in, all sorts of things like that. But immediately once we find a site, we start documenting it. And to your point, many times we find sites that we're not looking for that are very, very interesting. Sometimes it's vessels or ships. Sometimes it's ancient sites that had not been discovered before. Sometimes cool things not related to MIAs. And of course, we document those as well for the history and for the host nation and just documentation in general.
Very cool. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your mission. And as we close, Tell everyone if they wanted to donate to Project Recover or they wanted to get involved somehow, how would they be able to do that?
Yeah, we make it as easy as possible. You can do everything at projectrecover.org. You can sign up for our newsletter there. If you have an MIA in your family and you want to share information, you can go to projectrecover.org. Let us know. And of course, we're always open to support and donations to our mission. Projectrecover.org. Sean, thanks so much, and thanks to Parade Deck and Mick for having us and allowing us to share more about this work.
We wish you the best from everybody here. We wish you and the families the best in your work. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Megan Brown, and we are at the Parade Deck side stage. I am so excited to be here with Heather Pressler. She is the Mighty Millspouse DC Award winner and the CEO of Blue Hookie Marketing. Tell me a little bit about you, Heather.
Hi, I am the CEO and owner of a digital marketing company based in the DC area. Very passionate about Millspouse employment, and I'm excited to be here. This is an amazing conference, and so I was really happy to win the award and get to see all of the people in this space that are influencers, that have a lot of amazing ideas. I've been to my first session this morning and really energized.
Oh my gosh, that is so good to hear. So tell me a little bit about what you were hoping to get from Mick and who you're looking to meet.
So I'm looking to get ideas from other folks in this space that are really passionate about Millspouse employment, that are also passionate about EFMP, family needs and issues. And then finally, other people that are in the marketing space, that are business owners, to network and to learn more from everyone else.
I love that so much. You know, my own superpower is turning coffee into engagement strategy, so I feel like we would be friends. I'm 3 cups of coffee in today, family, and it is a good day. I love that you're talking about networking and meeting new people. Tell me one way that people can follow you, get in touch with you, make contact. How do they reach you?
Oh, that's great. I'm Heather Pressler on LinkedIn, and then Blue Hookie on Instagram and social media.
Okay, I'm dying to ask. Tell me about the name Blue Hookie. Tell me about that.
So when I started my first business, after owning a partnership before, I wanted something that was my own. I was born and raised in Honolulu, Hawaii. Not a military connection, though, engineering connection for my dad. And so I picked a name that means, hookie means to pull forward an oar in the water, or it also comes from the story where the Hawaiian Islands were pulled out of the ocean. So in business, we help businesses go from being invisible to visible online.
I love that. I love that. What cool core messaging. As we wrap up this interview, we're really excited to be here at the Military Influencer Conference. We are going to go back to Joel at the MC table.
Oh, hello, everyone. I know there are a lot of us here who either want to be podcast hosts. Those some of us that already have podcasts, maybe just want to be better at doing what we do best. Today, we're going to be speaking, we're going to have someone speaking about how to do that exact thing. A professional out there, founder and CEO of Volt Productions, producing 20 plus top ranking podcasts every week, and CMO of Northflow, revolutionizing podcast management. She helps entrepreneurs amplify their voice and grow their impact. Please welcome Simona Constantini to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful intro. I'm so excited to be here with you all today. Thank you for taking the time to be here with me. I really appreciate it. I am going to pack in as much as I can in the next 25 minutes or so. That's my style. I am one of those people with slides, and I promise you I will not read them the whole time. I just have so much in my brain that I want to give to you, and I want to make sure that you walk away with actual tangible things that you can take and implement into your podcast or your content or your YouTube channel or whatever it is that you're creating. So we're talking today about how to grow your business and how to dominate on YouTube. But before we get started, I want to ask if you can, just by a show of hands, I'm going to have to switch this. This isn't going to work for me. There we go. Just by a show of hands, who here already has a podcast? Okay, very cool. Who's in the process of creating one? Okay. I like the little sign. You're like, kind of, sort of. Well, I would like to hear about your idea after. That sounds fantastic. And okay, so today will be valuable for you no matter where you are in your creator journey, podcast journey, business journey, whatever it is that you're doing. I know you'll be able to take some things away today. So Today, we're going to talk about 4 different things. Podcasting as your foundation. We're also going to talk about why YouTube is the game changer. We're talking about the strategy to go from podcast to powerhouse. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a framework and a roadmap to actually take all of this and implement it. Again, in the world of podcasting, I'm the type of person who's a little bit more technical in style. I like giving tangible things. So please stay with me. If you have any questions, I will make sure we have time at the end. And if not, we will chat afterwards. So I want to share a little bit first about how I even got here to begin with. So my name is Simona. I'm a podcast producer, and I've been in this space since 2018. I have 3 podcasts that I do. One is called Happiness Happens. The other one is called Behind the Workflow. And the other one is called As It Relates to Podcasting. But my journey began in 2018 with Happiness Happens, which is a show that is currently on hiatus. That's a different story. And on that podcast, I started it from... maybe you can relate to this, a moment in life where I felt completely alone, disconnected. I hated everything about myself, about who I was, how I was, the way I showed up, the way I talked, everything. And I woke up one day and I knew that something needed to be different, but I wasn't sure exactly how. So I did what everyone else does, and you go to Google. And I went onto Google and I started to search for how to live a happier life. Life coach, therapist that will help me in my life. I found this woman. She was fantastic. I can never remember her name, though. I really probably should go back and figure that out. But she was fantastic. And in all of our conversations, we had gotten to this point of, she's like, oh, Simona, she's like, you want to be famous? I was like, I don't want to be famous. I was like, I just want to help people. That's it. I just want to help people. So I created Happiness Happens. It kind of just dropped down into my awareness, if you will. Created this show, and the goal of the podcast was, and still is in all of the work that I do today, to help one person feel less alone. I carried that mission from all the way back then to now, and now I run a production agency. The agency is called Volt Productions, and we do all kinds of podcasts. We work with entrepreneurs, and we also white label for I don't want to give the name of it, but it's a military podcast network. And so we get to do a lot of really cool content with active duty military and veterans as well, which is really cool and really inspiring. And I really love this branch of my work. In addition to that, I also spent so much time in corporate. Got out of there. But I spent so much time in corporate, and I worked in communications, PR, advertising, media buying, all of the things. And so when I started my agency, I had to bring all of the pieces together to help creators do the same thing, because nobody really teaches you, how do you do the advertising side? What do you do for social media marketing? How do you create the clip? Like, nobody really teaches you. So that's where we are today. For those of us who like stats, I am not someone who can ever remember them, so I have to put all of them on my slides, and I am going to read these ones to you, but I'm going to talk to you a little bit about them. There's over 5 million podcasts that exist. Out of that, we have about 500,000 since 2019 that are active. So even though there are 5 million that exist, the number of active podcasts that are out there is quite small in comparison. One of the questions that I get all the time is, Simona, there's no space for my show. Someone's already doing something that's like this. There's already a podcast that's talking about this. And in my opinion, nobody will be able to do the type of show that you can create in the way that you will create it, right? So you have to put your voice out there, in my opinion, because if you don't, you're doing a disservice to the people that you're going to inspire, the people who need you, who need to hear your message. So that's a really important piece. If you take anything away from this talk today, just please know how important your voice is and that your story will quite literally change people's lives. 64% of podcast listeners found YouTube to be a better podcast experience compared to audio-only formats. 48, and this is my favorite stat out of the whole slide. 48% of audio-first podcast listeners find new podcasts on YouTube. Even if they are audio-based videos on YouTube or an audio-based podcast, people go to YouTube to find their content, and then they hop over to their favorite podcasting app to find their show over there. So it's a really great way to have that cross-promotion as well. 32% of podcast listeners in the U.S. prefer video podcasts, and I have to put U.S. out there because I'm actually Canadian. I'm from Toronto. So 32% of podcast listeners who are based in the U.S. prefer video podcasts, which I think is so cool. And 17% of podcast hosts incorporate video recording alongside their audio. 17% of the 500,000 active podcasts are actually producing video content. It's a huge opportunity. So in a world that might seem saturated on the outside, it's really not. There's a space for your message. I'm going to teach you how to break through some of that noise today. So I want you to think about this. What if your podcast wasn't just a show, but what if it's the engine that fuels your entire business? We work with primarily business podcasts or creators who have their show and are using their show as a business in some shape or form. Podcasting builds the trust. This mic is popping a lot. I'm really sorry. It's a really hot mic. I'm trying. Maybe I should pull it back a little bit. Podcasting builds trust. YouTube will build your reach. And together, that's how you continue to grow. We're going to talk a little bit about the short form content and long form content as well, YouTube's algorithm a little bit. But ultimately, at the end of the day, using both of these formats together will allow you to scale faster into what you want to do, especially if you're doing it in a way that allows you to break through the noise that everyone else is posting out there. So I want to talk first about your podcast foundation. Hold on, I want to put this down for a second. Here we go. Okay. Whew. My very first place that I like to start is with clarity. You need to know who you're talking to, and you need to understand exactly what their problems are specifically. If you don't understand what their problems are, it becomes very difficult for your content to become the solution to whatever it is that they're searching for. It doesn't matter what the problem is. The problem could be that they're bored and they need entertainment. If you have a comedy-based podcast, your show becomes the solution, okay? You need to be able to identify your audience. Who is your audience? Who are they? Who are you really speaking to? And a lot of creators think that they know who they're talking to. You're like, oh, I'm talking to moms and dads. Or, we were having a conversation earlier today, and, military spouses could be one. Yes, you're talking to them, but what are their specific set of problems that only you can solve? And then you need to understand and you need to identify the promise that your show solves for the listener and why it is that they're going to care about what it is that you're saying. The next thing that you want to do is you want to identify what your concept is and what the specific niche is, the specific format is of your show. I could literally talk about this all day. I do strategy calls with clients all the time, just talking about their format and the way that their podcast is created. But I want to talk to you about niching down just a little bit. Because when you're talking to every single person, you are talking to no one, okay? So making sure that you are specific in who you're reaching and who you're trying to talk to is really important. The more dialed in that you can get, the bigger and faster your reach will grow, because people are searching for the content that you are sharing with that specific set of problems. Then you want to think about the actual format of your podcast, okay? So there's all kinds of ways that you can do your show. You can have a solo podcast, you can have a hybrid format, you can do guest interviews, you can do a live stream. Whatever it is, the format of your podcast is important because it has to work for you, right? It has to work every single time you sit down to the mic, and it has to make sense for you. If you're not someone who likes a lot of editing, how do you create a format where you don't have to do that? There's ways that you can maximize your time and your energy when you're creating your show. It just has to work for you. So if you're creating a podcast, let's say, that you are trying to position yourself as the subject matter expert in, okay, and you also want to have guests on that podcast, maybe you'll consider a hybrid. Maybe you'll want to do those guest interviews, and you'll also want to do those solo interviews because you want to put your expertise at the forefront. A lot of the times it's easy to create a podcast and just have all of these amazing guests on, but what are you doing in your content to also showcase yourself as the expert? If you think about all of these podcasts that are bigger, like bigger creators, first one that comes to mind is someone like Mel Robbins. Sure, she interviews a lot of people, but she also has a lot of content where she's just talking herself, right? So making sure that you're really focusing in on what the format is of your show and how is that bringing your overall message to everyone else who needs to hear it. And then your episode length and your frequency, okay? This is a really important piece. I get asked all the time, Simona, how long should my guest interviews be? Should they be about, 40 minutes, 60 minutes? How long should my solo episode be? Should it be 40 minutes also? I am the biggest fan of saying, say what you need to say in the perfect amount of time that it's going to take you to say it. You don't need to sit and repeat and repeat and repeat. People don't have time for that. People just want the information and they want to move on, right? So thinking about your episode length. Pick what is sustainable for you. If you don't have time to do 60-minute interviews or block your calendar for 3 hours a week to do podcast interviews, Don't do that, okay? Don't do it just because everyone else is doing it. One of my very favorite podcasts is called Make Your Damn Bed. It's 5-minute episodes. It's a daily podcast, 5-minute episodes, in the amount of time that it takes you to make your bed. I thought that concept was absolutely genius. You share bite-sized things in 5 minutes. Your audience gets exactly what they need, and then you move on. You enjoy the rest of your day. And the completion rate on that, fantastic. We'll talk about completion rate. And then let's talk a little bit very, very high level. I have a like a QR code at the end of this that you can scan, and it'll dive way deeper into like tech and all that kind of stuff at the end of this. But your setup, I want you to keep it simple. We live in a world where all of the video content has to be absolutely perfect. You need to use the perfect camera and the perfect mic and all of this different stuff. You need to have a microphone, a hosting platform, and a recording environment. Those are the 3 essentials. I record my podcast off of my phone. I connect it through my computer, and that's it. I have an expensive camera, but I like my phone better. Honestly, it performs better, and it looks way better. And then you also want to think about, very quickly, your branding. What is your cover art? What is the identity of the show? What is it going to look like? And how does it look stacked against your competitors? This is something that not a lot of people will do. If you create a new show and you create cover art for your show, are you taking that cover art and lining it up against all the other shows that are in your niche market? Does it stand out? Are the colors the same as everybody else, right? What can you do to make it pop so that people are like, oh, hold on, I need to, I need to click on that podcast specifically. These things come back down to your branding, your show description, and you want to make sure that these things are hooking people in. I know you may have questions about this, and we can answer all of them. Okay, second part here. So why YouTube is the game changer in your content. If you would have asked me about 6 months ago, I probably would have said, okay, do we really need to emphasize that much on video content? Like, I like video content. We do it within the agency. I do it for my podcast and so on. But I've seen a huge shift in the market over the last little bit. And even from when I first created my podcast in 2018 to now, there was no video component to your podcast. It was, put your show on the RSS feed and, here you go, enjoy the listening experience. It was actually my dad who told me, I think it was in 2019, he said to me, he's like, Simona, you really should put your episodes on YouTube. Like, you really should be doing that. And I'm like, Dad, YouTube is not going anywhere, Dad. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, why would I do that? And here I am today. I'm like, I really wish I put those episodes on there. But in any case, in the last 6 months, I've seen a huge shift just from an agency perspective. Everyone is starting to hop on board. People are starting to understand the importance of having your video content and why you should consider it in addition to everything else that you're creating, right? Your video content and your video content and your YouTube content is really, really important because it's a tool for discoverability, okay? So if you think about YouTube overall as a discoverability platform, it is search-based discovery. So yes, you can Google things, right? You have all kinds of stuff on Google and you can search for all kinds of things. But if you're looking for something specific on YouTube, it's because you're looking for it to solve a specific problem to what you have. That's a really, really, really key piece, okay? Understanding exactly why or exactly what people are asking or what kind of questions people have is really important in understanding how your content becomes a solution to what they're looking for, okay? It also has evergreen reach. So your podcast is great because your podcast lives on your RSS feed, and that's fantastic. And also, on the video side of things, your content comes up as the solution a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, right? There's a longevity aspect. And it's not that on the podcast side it doesn't, because it does. It's just that people don't necessarily go to a podcast platform and try and search things to get answers to their questions, right? You're mostly looking to be entertained when you're looking for a podcast. So when you're looking on YouTube, it's fantastic because people are, like I've said a million times, I'm like, please be the solution to the questions that your people are looking for and asking of you. And then the last thing is your monetization and your brand partnerships, okay? There's a lot of monetization options, which I will talk a little bit about in this talk on the YouTube platform. But even more than that, it gives you another channel. It gives you a different channel and a different method when you're looking for sponsorship or all of those kinds of things, because you have a different branch and a different arm to the content that you have. YouTube in my opinion, at this point, maybe it'll be different in 6 months from now, is an edge up for podcasters. Your content is already long form. You're already creating it, right? You're already sitting down to record. You already have the audio side of things. Turn the camera on. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm honestly, like, sometimes I sit at my computer and I will record with the grainy camera, and maybe it doesn't look the best, but it's also the way that I'm going to be able to get my message out to the people that need to hear it, right? If you're already comfortable on the mic, it's just a small mindset shift to get comfortable on the video side as well. And kind of like what Travis was saying earlier on our panel, if you were here for it earlier today, he said that he puts a sticky note over his face so he doesn't actually have to look at himself. I love that tip. I may actually incorporate that because I don't love looking at myself when I'm on camera. And you also have your built-in repurposing opportunities, right? You have your long-form video, you have your short-form video, and you have everything in between. Okay, I want to talk to you a little bit about one of my clients. Her name is Sarah. Her show's called the Peaceful Parenting Podcast. When we started this podcast, it was an audio-only show. Her show grew by 645% when we integrated video. And I like to include that little graphic bar down there because I think it's really important. I want to talk to you a little bit about the challenges that Sarah had. So when we started off with her podcast, she didn't want to be on video. She didn't have the technology for it. She didn't want to do it. So the biggest thing that we did was we took her audio-based episodes and we turned them into videos. We just put one cover graphic over the top of it and we uploaded it to her YouTube channel. It was simple. There was no additional steps. Sarah didn't have to do anything different. All she had to do was upload it to the YouTube side, and that's exactly what we did. And the growth off of that was absolutely insane. So the changes that we saw in her show were fantastic. But more than that, the results that she had from her show were mind-blowing. Sarah used her podcast to lead into different sales within her business, okay? So she had a membership for parents, and in that so she would use her podcast to pre-sell her membership, and then also would use the podcast to sell people into her membership at the same time. So we would structure her episodes in that way. But the results were honestly unreal. The first time she did her launch, she had about 50 people enroll. The second time she did it, she had about 40 people. And I think the third time she did it was about 45 people. And that membership was around $100 a month, okay? So these are pretty good results. Like, using your show and using your podcast to leverage the business side of things, I think is absolutely fantastic. And then using the video side to get more people onto the audio side was a game changer. But she did this through 3 ways: clarity, commitment, and consistency. At the end of the day, no matter what you do, no matter what you're creating, you need to be clear in your message. If I haven't been clear enough about that, you need to be committed to seeing it through, because you're not going to see results overnight, but it's a compound effect time and time and time again. And you honestly, you need to be consistent. You need to show up. You need to show up for yourself. You need to show up for your message week over week, month over month, year over year. It's worth it. It changes your life. So let's talk about how to go from your podcast to the powerhouse side of it. Nailing your positioning. These are my 3 favorite, I'm going to tell you what they are. My 3 favorite questions that we start every single podcast with, okay? I'm a huge fan of having a mission statement for your show, okay? The very first thing that I ask my clients when we're creating a new podcast is, who is the podcast for? What is it about? And why should they care? The piece about why they should care is very, very important. The why behind anything you do, whether it's the why for yourself or the why for your audience, is what's going to anchor you back to your show every single time you're tired, every single time you don't want to show up, every single time you're tired of talking about the same thing, okay? These 3 questions become the foundation of your podcast. And I really want you to think about them, and I want you to think about them in terms of your show, in terms of your content, whatever it is that you are already creating right now. And the reason why is because they will continue to guide you, but also it answers the questions and the challenges that your audience has. So people always ask, well, how do I get to know my audience? How do I know who they are? You start by understanding, what are they struggling with, okay? So thinking about your positioning, because then it also helps you figure out what is the hook of your show and what is the overall promise of your channel. So once I get my clients to answer these 3 questions, we use the basis of that to form their show descriptions, their intros, their outros, their trailers, everything. Everything comes from that one place. So the messaging and the positioning is always clear no matter what it is that they're creating, whether it's social content or a podcast or video. It doesn't matter. Then you want to optimize it for YouTube. So I put some client examples down here. I have some clients who have hundreds of thousands of views on their on their content, and I have some clients who have 100 or 200. I have some clients who have 50. It really depends on what the goal is of the show and of the person, okay? Your titles, your thumbnails, and your keywords are so important. And I wanted to add photos down here to show you how important it is to have things that are bold, to have things that are clear. If I could give you some, best practices or my tips for these different things, making sure that the titles that you're choosing are clear. Things that are not gimmicky, okay? I read so many different titles and I'm like, I have no idea what we're getting out of this episode. I don't know what we're talking about here. So sometimes that clarity and just boiling it back and bringing it back makes a lot more sense for people. It's easier for them to understand what we're talking about. And then more than that, they can then search for it in an easier way, right? Because you're using real words that they're going to use to search for their content. On the thumbnail side, making sure that what you're putting out there is clear. Like, you don't want to have it be messy. Like, you want it to be obvious when people are scrolling what it is that you're talking about. So in my opinion, the title that you have of your show doesn't always necessarily need to match the thumbnail that you have, okay? So the title is the SEO kind of keyword piece of it. That's the side that you want to tap into there. And then the thumbnail side is what's going to stop the scroll. So the thumbnail is the part where you want to pull people out and have them in the sea of content be like, oh, I like, this is popping out at me and I want to grab onto this, okay? And then the keywords. I could do a whole separate talk on keywords and SEO. I know you're like, please do. And I talk a lot about this on my own podcast, but the keyword side of it is really important to tap into. When you think of what is searchable in the algorithm of like the YouTube algorithm, the RSS feeds, your podcast apps, doesn't matter. It's your titles and your show notes and your show description. So making sure that you're optimizing those three things there, because that's what the platform is searching for, okay? It's not, likes, they count, they help the algorithm, and it's not, follow and subscribe and rate. Like, yes, they help, but the metric that you want to measure always is that completion rate, okay? And then in addition to that, especially on the YouTube side, you want to have a consistency in your format and in your publishing, okay? I'll take a biweekly podcast, for example. So biweekly podcast, you can do so much with it. What we like to do with our clients is we'll publish an episode, let's say on a Tuesday. We'll create a whole bunch of short videos that'll go out between, now and 2 weeks from now. And then we'll find, a 5-minute clip or a 7-minute clip or something like that and post it on the off week. We're always having a consistent posting schedule. It's very important. And then you can also repurpose, right? I want you to repurpose smartly. Your full episodes can become your YouTube uploads. Your clips can go on your shorts, on TikToks, on Reels, and all of that. And on the audio-only side, you can still take that content and repurpose it into visuals as well. You can take that and use it as audio that you overlay over a different type of video. I don't want to overwhelm you, so I won't. Okay, so in addition to here, I told you we would talk about, and I have 5 minutes left, so I don't actually know if I'll be able to go through all the things. I'm going to speed through, okay? On the monetization side, when you have YouTube as an additional channel, you can, obviously, there's always sponsorships and ads, and that's the easiest way that people always want to, monetize their show. But I want you to think about what are the services, what are the products that you offer as well. The courses, the memberships, the downloads, whatever it is, like the freebies, like whatever that thing is, how does your show work in the bigger community or the bigger landscape of what you are, of what you're creating overall as an ecosystem? Okay, so just think about that. And then your systems and your workflows. So making sure that you're taking the tasks that you don't love to do, find ways to delegate them, okay? Sometimes that involves money, and it does, but, it doesn't always have to. So take a look at your list. What do you love to do? What do you not love to do? And how do we find ways to optimize that, okay? Let me leave you with this framework. I might actually make it through and get to some of your questions. I'm so excited. Okay, that's my favorite part is the questions. If I could just sit here and do questions, that'd be great. Okay, so I want you to think of these 4 steps. The first one is creating, okay? So crafting those episodes that are binge-worthy. Crafting those episodes that position you as the go-to authority in your space. The next is capture. So bringing that content to YouTube where the search will multiply your discovery, okay? The third one is converting, so turning your audience attention into leads, into clients, and into revenue through that strategic positioning of taking your show and putting it into your overall ecosystem. And then compounding, right? Repurposing it, scaling it, posting about it, talking about it, all of those things. Systematize your content so that it fuels your future growth. This is a graphic of how I like to kind of set things up. You can totally take a picture of it. It's meant to. So if you start with your video here, you can take your video. That video turns into your audio file. That video and audio turns into your show notes. The show notes can turn into social media content, into your blog, into your newsletter. And then in addition, on the social media side, if you don't like being on camera, there's something called faceless marketing. If you haven't heard of it, Google it. It's one of my favorite things to do. This is where you can take your audio, overlay it over on top of a video, and you can tap into the video side of content creation without actually having to be on camera. And then there's also, of course, the guesting strategy, right? So thinking about how can you be a guest on other shows and continue to grow your network outwards is very important. If you were to give yourself 90 days, this is what I would like you to do, okay? Weeks 1 to 4, I want you to establish your baseline content. What are you doing? 1 podcast episode, 1 YouTube video, whatever it is that you're doing. Get clear on who you're talking to and who the niche is that you're speaking to. Weeks 5 to 8, I want you to start adding in those short clips, Reels, TikToks, YouTube. You don't have to do everything all at once. And weeks 9 to 12, take a look at your analytics. Take a look at what is working. Your monetization, you can test your monetization, but I really want you to take a look at your numbers and see what's performing. What episodes are doing well, which ones work better than others, okay? And let's connect. This is how you can reach out to me. Please scan that QR code there if you want. Full disclosure, it will put you on my email list, but you can totally opt out if you want to afterwards. I send out like not garbage, I promise you. I send out like actual good things that will help you. Connect with me on Instagram, LinkedIn, anywhere. I love to chat. And if you want to reach out, I always do like a 30-minute chat to talk about your show. So thank you very much for your time. I actually don't know if I have time for questions. I'm really sorry I talk a lot. I'm a podcaster. What do you expect? Thank you guys for your time.
Stage. I am so glad to be here. We are here with author, podcaster, and community leader Amanda Huffman. Welcome, Amanda. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks so much for having me.
I love it. So tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
I am an Air Force veteran and a Space Force spouse, and I host a podcast, Women of the Military, and I've written 2 books, Women of the Military and A Girl's Guide to Military Service.
I love it. I love it. A Girl's Guide to Military Service. I had the pleasure of watching you build this book, release it, market it. It's been a tool that we have definitely used in our local area around Keesler Air Force Base for some of the girls that are up and coming and deciding whether or not they would like to enter service. What is one tip you could give to up and coming authors who are wondering if they should share their story?
They need to figure out where their through line is and what their focus is. You really have to narrow down who you're talking to so that you can write a story directly for someone.
Ooh, yes. A mentor of mine said it this way once. If you're talking to everybody, you're talking to nobody. Exactly. So where can they find you? Do you have a special event? Do you have a book signing? Is there anywhere that people at MIC can connect with you today?
I am doing a book signing at 3 o'clock in the Expo Hall, and I would love to see you. I'll have my book, A Girl's Guide to Military Service.
I love it. Make sure that you go to the Expo Hall, 3 o'clock today. You can meet Amanda Huffman, get a signed copy of A Girl's Guide to Service. Check it out and see what she's all about. We are so glad to be here at the Military Influencer Conference today. As we wrap up, we're going to go back to Joel. Joel, over on the MC side.
Thank you so much. I hope you all learned something so far when it comes to podcasting and everything else that we've been delivering here at the MIC in the Parade Deck Stadium. Coming up, we have a partner at Holland and Knight's Chicago office, a former Army officer, and one of this year's MIC2025 honorees, a recognition celebrating the most influential voices supporting the military community, and one of the most handsome men in the mix right now. Please welcome Daniel Sylvester.
Hey, thanks a lot, Joel. We really appreciate you. Great intro. Dan, nice to see you again. We got a chance to
Good to see you,
meet.
Travis.
We got a chance to meet last year, actually. Go out and grab some pizza, got away from Mick for a little bit, went out and got some donuts. But tell us a little bit about what you do for your pro bono legal services.
Yeah, so Holland and I, we're a 2,300 attorney international law firm. But since 2013, we've been providing a lot of pro bono legal services to veterans, service members, and their families, to the point where nowadays, each year we're doing 4 million pro bono legal service for them.
4 million people or $4 million worth?
$4 million worth of legal services.
I was like, either way, that's a lot of people, right?
Either way, that's a lot, yeah.
Either way, that's a lot of people. Were you the main push behind that, like at your law firm, to help veterans?
So Holland Knight is great because it's got a very strong pro bono tradition. It was actually founded 75% by veterans back in the 1960s. And our original managing partner always talked about doing good. So it's part of the heart and soul of the firm. And when I got there in 2013, the firm had just stood up a veterans group. And in the next year, in my being a first-year lawyer, I have a long history before that. That's why I got the gray hair. But my first year being a lawyer, they asked me to be the co-chair. And about 3 months later, my co-chair left. So they're like, okay, run with it. And that's what we did. We set up programs where we're tracking and ensuring that we're doing pro bono legal services for veterans. We work with the American Bar Association and their legal assistance for military personnel, where we do pro bono legal services for E6s and below that the different service JAGs refer over to the program. And then we set up a program to do the pro bono pitch competitions.
Oh, that's really cool. And you just got back from one of those pro bono pitch competitions, right?
Actually, unfortunately, we're not having one this year, but I've been doing a lot of traveling for a lot of other things. But we do 3 or 4 of them a year. Actually, the first one we did was at MIC in 2020. And that one was actually virtual. It was here in Atlanta, by the way, but yeah, the chef Tiffany Moore was the first winner. And I just found MIC online earlier that year and reached out to Cortez and was like, hey, this looks great. Sounds like a great program. And I see you got a pitch competition going on. And we want to support it by giving legal services to the winner. And,
that's fantastic. Yeah.
And Cortez, being the great entrepreneur he is, jumped all over it. Didn't even tell the guy that was running the pitch competition until they awarded the prize. And he's like, oh, yeah, and by the way, you get some legal services from this law firm.
It's a nice little bonus, nice little cherry on the top, right?
She has been very happy, as pretty much has been everybody that we've worked with.
Now, I understand both you and your wife are Army veterans, right?
Correct. I was 10 and a half years in from 88 to 99. And then my wife was in for about 7.5 years, and she got out in 03. We actually met after we were both out.
That's nice, because she might not have liked who you were while you were in, right?
Probably not, because I was an officer and she was a sergeant.
It's maybe better that you waited. But I understand that she's 100% disabled, is that right?
Yes. So she was over in Iraq and had an experience there that ultimately, when it came out some years later, caused her to her PTSD to really kick in hard. She was actually up in North Dakota in medical school at the time, and I was down in Chicago at law school, and I get the call that she had to withdraw from school due to her PTSD. She ended up in the hospital for 4 months at the VA, and then got a 100% rating for PTSD later that year.
That's always a hard story to hear, and I understand that you're her caregiver. Is that right?
I am. It's we were lucky. We ran into somebody from the VA who was running the brand new caregiver program that had just stood up. Our Senator Durbin from Illinois is one that had pushed the program through, and I think we were the first ones in Illinois to be accepted into it.
So you're not only a pioneer at your law firm, you're a pioneer in the caregiving field.
And many other things. They keep me busy.
They do keep you busy. And is that what led you into doing work with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation?
Ultimately, yes. That was an interesting story. Last year, Steve Schwab, who's the CEO, connected with me on LinkedIn just out of the blue.
Yeah.
And he was like, hey, we need to talk. We tried to talk in April, didn't happen. Then I get an email like late August. He's like, hey, I'm going to be in Chicago for the Pritzker Military Museum Gala.
Yeah.
You want to go? I'm like, sure. And I really didn't know who they were at the time, so I looked up the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. And what they do is they focus on veteran and military caregivers. So we met just before the gala, and I was like, Steve, I know you connected with me because you saw the veteran stuff I do, but what you don't know is I am also a caregiver for my wife.
Yeah.
And after that, it's just been skyrocketing amount of work with them. They came out with their a new RAND study that November, and now they're developing their strategic plan. So I co-lead one of the 4 pillars for their strategic plan, and the one I'm on is for economic mobility.
How do you find time to not only be a lawyer but do and all the givebacks that you end up doing? You have some secret like scheduling?
Yeah. I get 28 hours in my day. As caregivers are allowed that.
I wish I had 28 hours in my day. Well, really, I just need the extra 4 hours for sleep.
That's what I use it for.
So you're being honored at the MIC2025 this week. What does it feel like to get such an honor?
It's moving. When I got that email, I just literally, I woke up and got the email, looked at it, and just sat on the end of the bed. Just was like, wow.
There's been quite the list of MIC2025. Those listening at home, if you haven't checked it out before, take a look at the MIC2025. They get honored every year in conjunction with the Military Influencer Conference. The list of names is just, it's complete wow factor from top to bottom, complete wow factor. And to be recognized for that hard work you do, because we don't do the work to get recognized, but it's really nice when we get that recognition.
It's great, and it's not me. It's the whole firm. It's everybody. 200 plus lawyers a year work on the pro bono, doing all those hours. Plus, a lot of others do different aspects of work for veterans, and so it's the firm that allows us to do it. Mm-hmm. So this is really a recognition of the firm and what they do.
Yeah. If you would, please, I know you served for about 10 years in the Army. Can you give us a little bit of background on your military service and what you did?
So I did ROTC at Georgetown University. So I graduated in '88, went off to Fort Benning for infantry basic course. Spent about 9 months there going through several schools. Then went over to Germany. Very, very interesting time to be there because I was there when the wall came down.
Oh, wow.
I also, when I got there, the Cold War was still going on.
Yeah.
So I knew underneath the General Defense Plan that, okay, if the balloon goes up, I take my tow platoon to X position, and we expect to have a life expectancy of 2 minutes if the Russians came over the border. So,
that leaves a certain kind of feeling with you. I did 22 years in the Navy, but I was never on the front lines. I made sure I was on an airplane too big, to go to the ship, right? You can choose that type of stuff, like you tend to choose that stuff, but like to be there, this was before, mass communication, this was before the internet, this is before social media, so you're really just going on what your commanders tell you because you don't have any information. So you're basically just sitting there waiting to go die in 2 minutes.
That's what we were trained for. Now, as we found out with the first war in Iraq and what you see in Ukraine, is we probably would have done a lot better than that with the equipment we had versus theirs. But yeah, so I did that. Then I switched over to personnel in the Army. Went up to Heidelberg, where I was the assistant XO to the Deputy Chief of Staff personnel for all of the Army Europe. Yeah. Then ended up being deployed down to Naples, Italy, where I worked for a year on the humanitarian operations into Bosnia. Then got deployed back to Croatia a year later, where I was the XO to the Commander for Support, which was a multinational logistics command as part of NATO.
A little bit less scary.
I did have 2 trips into Sarajevo during the war, so that was fun.
Of course, yeah.
Took Senator, well, first we took General Mundy in for a visit. He was the Commandant in the Marine Corps at the time. And then we took Senators Dole, Warner, and Biden in
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we're getting ready to wrap up here, I wanted to, kind of shoot you with one final question. What does your outlook look like for the next year coming up?
Sunny, blue skies.
Always sunny in Philadelphia, right there. Absolutely.
It's going to be a good year. A lot of good things going on. Elizabeth Dole Foundation will get their strategic plan together and out, so we'll be doing a lot of good things for caregivers. We'll be supporting, several more pitch competitions. We're here supporting IBMF this week with their classes they're giving. We'll be in San Francisco in February at MilVet Startup supporting the PenFed Foundation for Military Heroes. Looking forward to another great year of taking care of veterans.
Well, I think I lied when I said one more question. Now I know your outlook for the year. I've got more questions. What is it about you? You talked about pitch competitions a couple of times. For those that don't understand what a pitch competition is, what is a pitch competition, and why do you care so much about it?
Think of kind of like Shark Tank, but what it is the veteran entrepreneurs or in military spouse, and even some are active duty. They get up there, and depending on how it's set up, they have anywhere from 2 to 10 minutes to tell the judges about their company. And then the judges will have a few minutes to ask them questions. And what we're looking for are who's going to be the most viable, who's got the best ability to really take their company and grow it. And what we do is we then end up providing pro bono legal services to the various winners. And it depends on the competition and the level of the companies of how much we'll provide. But at the last PenFed one, we gave $50,000 of pro bono legal services to the winner, $30,000 worth to second place, and $15,000 to third place.
All right, so you're giving these pro bono services away. Are these companies using it just for like business structure stuff and contracts, or what kind of stuff do they end up using it for?
They can use it for really kind of anything that we're able to do, and as long as we have somebody who has the time to do it. So contracts, entity formation, sometimes restructuring their entity. We do a lot of IP work for them.
What for the people that don't know, what's IP?
Oh, intellectual property. So these would be a patent or copyrights or anything along that line that you really want to protect.
Or a logo, like we've got here on the back with Mick and the parade deck.
So anything that we want to protect is like I tell the entrepreneurs is there's three things we really care about is protecting your equity in the company, protecting your IP, and protecting you.
I feel like my heart has just grown 3 sizes.
I didn't know you were a Grinch.
Well, I was wearing green yesterday, so I might as well have been the Grinch.
But it's great stuff. I've got 3 attorneys down here this year with me. We're happy to be here. Always love being at events with veterans and service members and their families. And what's wonderful is I walk around and know so many people, and so many of them have actually won awards from us. Now I've run into 4 companies already this year that won over previous years at MIC.
Oh yeah, that's fantastic. If people want to get a hold of you, maybe find out how they can get sponsored by your company for a pitch competition, maybe get some pro bono legal services, how can they get a hold of you?
So you can look me up on our website. It's www.hklaw.com.
hklaw.com. Okay.
Daniel Sylvester. If you just type in Sylvester underneath the professional names, I'm the only one. So.
Well, hey, Daniel, I really appreciate your time. Is there anything else you want to say to our audience here at MIC or the audience listening at home?
Hey, enjoy your time here. If you're at home, enjoy what you're able to view of the conference. Take it, learn from it, and, go out and do great things for yourself and your fellow veterans.
Hey, thanks so much, Dan. Appreciate you being my guest today.
Thank you so much for being with us this morning. We are live at the Parade Deck side stage. I'm Megan Brown, and I'm so excited to be here with author Karma Connors. Tell us a little bit about you and what you do.
Hi, I'm Karma Connor, and I am CEO of Women Warriors Connect. I help veterans in several different ways, but I help them to feel better, and I help them to find free resources. And I wrote a book. It's called The Veteran's Guide to DIY Mental Health.
I love it. I love it. So we have a lot of people that are attending the Military Influencer Conference that are looking to start writing, are interested in telling their story. What advice or encouragement would you give a first-time author or someone who's thinking about taking on the task of writing a book?
So I also wrote a separate prompted journal that's available on Amazon. It's called Her Stories of Service. There's a His Stories of Service version too. But it's a place where you can capture your own story prior to, during, and after your time in service that can get kind of the juices flowing and ideas flowing as far as how you might want to go about writing your own book.
I love that. When I was writing my Bible study book, it released in 2021, I had a writer mentor that talked to me, and she's like, okay, Megan, do yourself a favor and leave yourself breadcrumbs. So when you feel like it's time to stop writing, write one more paragraph, because when you pick back up, you will think, I am so glad past me thought of future me, and now I know where I left off. So we always say that the content gold is in a good journal. So if you journal down thoughts, feelings, all the things, make sure to keep that, because that is a great way to get started on your journey as a writer. So tell us where they can find you, where they can follow you, how they connect with you at this conference.
Sure. WomenWarriorsConnect.com is my website, and WomenWarriorsConnect.com/links will connect you to all the things that I have to offer. I'm available to chat here at the session. I don't have a booth, but I'll be walking around.
Thank you so much, Karma. We're so glad to have you, and we are going back to the main stage. Travis, take it away.
Hey, thanks, Megan. I'm here back again with Sam from Katana.video. Sam, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys? Tired? Unfortunately, AI can't help with that, but there's this wonderful thing called caffeine. So hopefully we can hang in there. So hi, everyone. My name is Sam. I was formerly the head of AI for a company called StreamYard. It's one of the most popular live streaming tools in the market. And now I'm building a tool called Katana. And I want to talk for a couple of minutes about AI that edits podcasts for you. And so I think I don't know if you were here for the session with Simona where she was talking about video and podcasting, but podcasting is evolving, and one of the big changes is people are moving to a world where it's not just audio. You're not just listening to it on Spotify. You've got video. People are discovering podcasts on YouTube, and you've got clips where they're discovering it on like Instagram and TikTok. And I think the number one thing that I hear from a lot of podcasters who are audio only is the worry about video is just that it takes you're afraid of getting on camera, but then it takes like 10x more effort in post-production to go from, the recording to something that actually looks like the polished podcast that you see from your favorite, creators that you may have seen on platforms like YouTube. And I think I saw that there were a number of AI tools coming out in the market that'll help you with stuff like clips, but none of them helped you with the actual problem of like video editing is hard. I don't have the budget to hire an editor, or editing is like too hard for me to learn. Like I don't have time to go through like 20 hours of Adobe tutorials to figure out like how to edit. And so that was kind of like the origin point for what I wanted to do, which was like, how do you make it easy to actually get professional looking content without hiring an editor? And if there aren't other tools that kind of already solve this problem, part of it is just that like ChatGPT wasn't built to edit video, but that doesn't mean that AI can't edit video. And so I have a AI background going back like 15 years. And so I figured like, why not build an AI model that can watch, listen to, and understand recordings and make edits for you. So I ended up building a tool called Katana, which will automatically edit video podcast recordings into professional looking videos. So it'll give you the polished video with like all the graphics, like name tags, call to actions, like socials, intros, teasers. It'll also create the audio and the clips. And so the idea is like, how do you get from like, because honestly, like a lot of us who are getting started, you don't have like this big whole like video production setup. A lot of us are like recording on like Zoom or whatever, and like, it's like going from like a Zoom recording to like the professional looking content. There's quite a bit of steps involved, but like that's essentially what I built Katana to do, was to kind of bridge that gap to automatically kind of edit that Zoom recording by cutting up those, like the face recordings, using video enhancement to improve the quality, adding those graphics and doing all of the edits that a video editor would normally do, so that you can get from start to finish in about like 20 minutes instead of like 20 hours.
So I was going to say, Sam, like you showed me a working model of the tool you had, and I've got my own podcast agency where we do the editing and the video clips and all that stuff for our clients. And I was like, hey, team, here's a new tool. Go ahead and take a look and see what you think. And they loaded it up, and they're like, this is so much faster and easier to use than Opus Clips. I know we talked about it a little bit earlier in one of our earlier sessions, but if you guys don't know, like Opus Clips is built on ChatGPT, which means that every clip that you're going to make, you can have so many credits that you can use as you're using it. And if you have someone like an agency like I do, or you want to make 5-6 clips for every episode you do, you're going to run out of credits in the month, so you have to end up buying more credits to keep going. And for someone that, especially like me, that runs a team, having one low price, right, of just $30 a month that lets you do all the clips that you want to do, like it's a game changer.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I don't want to like bore you with technical details, but I'm going to bore you with technical details.
But here's some technical details.
Here's some
right?
technical
Yeah.
details. And so I think if you kind of like my whole shtick, like I didn't start a I wouldn't have started a company if I didn't think everyone was doing it wrong. And one of the things that I think people like Opus, like companies like Opus Clips do wrong, is that they're using ChatGPT to, feed in a transcript, and they're essentially like asking ChatGPT, find me some clips from this podcast. And I thought that's the stupidest thing in the world. So I figured like you won't get AI to edit video if you don't train it to edit video. And so I built my own models that actually can watch through a full video. It actually watches through and understands like who the speakers are, where their faces are, what they're saying. It also listens to it, so when it makes a cut, it's listening to the version without the cut, it's listening to the version with the cut and deciding this sounds good, or no, this doesn't sound good, we'll keep it. And overall, like the fact that you are building your own models, you can get away with much smaller AI models, but because they're trained by actual editors who've actually edited thousands of podcasts, you can get much better results, much faster, much more cheaply. And so I think the whole point is like it's better, faster, cheaper. As far as a user is concerned, like the idea is just toss in a video, it'll edit everything in 2 minutes. But I think one of the side effects of the fact that I built my own AI models that are trained for editing is that it's so much faster and so much cheaper than some of the other tools that just use ChatGPT, that like I can afford to give it out for free unlimited, or give it out unlimited. Like you want to edit 1,000 podcasts in a month, like be my guest. You're not gonna kind of like I don't. Yeah, it's as much as you want.
And you don't have to be a professional to use this stuff. I've had a team the whole time. I've always started with a team doing my podcasting, and I was able to go through and look through the model and see the different things and actually use it. It's user friendly. I don't have to be an expert to walk through this thing. It's really something special.
The interface looks like TurboTax, and I kind of say that jokingly because I'm not like the best at design, but I like the TurboTax analogy because like I don't want to do my taxes. It's just get me through this tax process as quickly as possible so I can get my refund, right? And it's like I don't care, just like to ask me what you need to ask me, fill out this form, and at the end of the day I get like my tax refund, great. And so that was a little bit kind of like the idea for kind of how I built Katana, which is like, okay, like you don't want to edit either, right? I know you don't want to deal with waveforms. I know you don't want to kind of, look at like, video coordinate positioning or any of that stuff. So the way I built it was just like, here's 10 questions. Okay, like what's your logo? Kind of, confirm the speaker's names or whatever. And then like answer these 10 questions and you get a fully edited podcast at the end of the day. And the idea was to like focus it down to the things that are specific to your podcast, your brand, to your thing, correcting names from like spelling, because like even I get names wrong, so just like make sure that the transcript is correct with the names and everything, and then at the end of the day you have like a fully edited podcast based on because it was trained by actual editors, so based on like what an editor would actually do themselves manually. And yeah, I think the idea was like, it's TurboTax. If TurboTax was built for editing video, I think that was the idea.
There's so many tools out there now, and whatever you guys listen to at home, whatever you guys are working on at home, find something that works for you that you can use long term. Because if you wanted to, you could find a new tool every single week for the next year and get excited about every new tool. And it's so much. So finding something like Katana.video that takes the workload off of you. My team used Opus Clips, and you have to go back and you have to re-edit. They'll give you a clip, but it's not quite right. It starts with uhs and ums, and you remember the time that we were talking about, and it doesn't get to like the meat of the clip.
Yeah.
And your stuff actually gets to the meat of the clip, pulls it out for you, lets you post it online, and really get the views you were looking for.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
And then I think, Katana is a standalone tool. You can check it out there. But I think there's also integration with Parade Deck, right? So
yes, so Parade Deck, we're working on integrating this to our system. So if you're a podcaster on Parade Deck, you would have access to the Katana.video that we're talking about right now. Parade Deck is the largest collection of military and veteran hosts. We are here specifically to amplify the verified military and veteran voices. It's kind of a mouthful, but we're a 100% verified platform, which means we don't have bot accounts, right? We have verified users, subscribers, creators. So when you say you have 10,000 downloads, it's 10,000 real people. And when you are trying to make money as a podcaster and go out and reach out to these sponsors and be like, yeah, they say they have 10,000. I know I have 10,000. We're the only 100% verified platform that's out there. Thanks, Sam. I wanted to thank you so much for being my guest again today.
Well, thanks for inviting me. I'm happy to be here.
And we're going to kick it back over to my friend Joel on the side.
Our next speaker is Marine Corps spouse and accomplished attorney, dedicated to empowering creators and change makers with progressive, accessible legal services. She guides small businesses, nonprofits, and sole proprietors, especially within the military community, helping them launch, grow, and scale with confidence. Today, she's here to share her expertise in protecting intellectual property, understanding platform rules, and showing you how to safeguard your work while building new opportunities. Please welcome to the Parade Deck stage, Bijal Patel.
All right. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So we're talking about change makers. So let's first get to the definition. What is a change maker?
Sure. So a change maker is effectively somebody who solves a problem for their community while also building a scalable, structured business. So it is an income-producing entity, their work, their passion. Because what we find is in this community, there's a lot of passion. There's not a gap for passion, but there is a gap between taking that passion and translating it into sustainable income.
Excellent. So these are people that have the potential to make change, positive change, and you are here to help them increase their potential, correct?
Absolutely.
And we spoke before we got on stage, and we spoke about the assets that these change makers have. Please let us know, when it comes to assets, what do you mean by that?
Sure. So there's two different categories of assets. You've got tangible assets and hidden assets. So your tangible assets are your business name, your social media handles, your website, the things that you can write down on a list and say, maybe I could sell this. Those are your tangible assets. Your intangible assets are your reputation in your community, the trust you've built, the intellectual knowledge and capital that you have that nobody else has. So a scammer can copy your logo. They can maybe create a mimic site, but what they cannot do is take your reputation and the trust that you have built. And those are those intangible assets that everyone, entrepreneurs in all areas, whether they're change makers, content creators, or traditional business owners, brick and mortar business owners, they frequently forget the value of those intangible assets. And those are legally defensible, protectable assets.
Well said. So everybody has an asset or multiple assets that they can use in order to make change. How do you figure out what your asset is, or how to discover your asset?
Sure. So the most simple exercise you can do is an IP audit. Write down everything associated with your business, your logos, your colors, your brand name, your website, your social media, products that you may have created, merchandise. Write it all down. And by the way, your notes for that book you might be writing, that is a tangible asset. That goes on your IP list. So when you're doing this IP audit, everything you can think of that's associated with your business, write it down. And then from there, you're going to want to do a prioritization. What can I protect today with the budget that I have today? And what do I want to invest in the future to protect in the future?
You mentioned write it all down. What do they do after they write these things down? Do they just continue to write more things down, or is there some action they should be taking with this list?
Sure. First of all, yes, always continue to write things down, because every day you're probably creating new intellectual property, new things that need to be protected. So yes, keep writing things down, but first thing you're going to want to do is see if you can protect via trademark your name. Your name is, on its face, the most valuable thing that you have at the beginning. And so register that trademark. Sometimes registering at a federal level can be expensive and time consuming. So start at the state level. What state do you live in? Do you live in Texas? Register with the state of Texas. I promise registering with your state is a easy DIY project. And you can come talk to me if you need some guidance about how to do that in your state. I'd be happy to help you with that. From there are other steps we can take, and we can talk about those, in a little bit.
Sounds good. You mentioned some legal stuff. I know Rebecca has some questions about legalities, mainly because if you didn't know, Rebecca and I are married, and we have multiple businesses together, and we've had to figure some stuff out, and we still have a lot of questions.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yes. So speaking of legal help and assistance, a lot of people are seeking these types of services for various things. So can you tell us if people are worried about overpaying for legal services or underpaying for bad ones? So what is the biggest mistake that you see people make when trying to protect their work?
Okay, so that is actually a really great question. Overpaying, let's start there. Overpaying is going to happen when you hire a law firm and you get a big generalist contract or agreement. It covers everything under the sun, the stars, the moon, the whole universe. That is not going to serve you. That attorney may say, listen, this will cover everything. It simply cannot. There is just not one document that can cover everything. And as a change maker, when you present your client, your customer, your partners with a 50-page document, it's an immediate ick. What are they going to do with that? Are they going to sit and edit that? The other side of that is when our change makers just accept a contract that's given to them by whomever they're working with. And that is certainly not going to protect their interests. Now, as far as underpaying, free templates online are not going to protect you. They're just simply not. There is an in-between where you can find a legal assistance that will get you the right size contract that protects you without the expenditure of a traditional lawyer-client relationship. So if that's what you're looking for, come find me. That's what we do, Changemaker Law. We have tiered systems, so depending on your personal needs, you might really be suited to the DIY and you don't even need to interact with an attorney. But we have tutorials and videos that can help you do a lot of things yourself. And of course, based on your needs, can scale up from there, what type of legal assistance you want, what level of involvement you want from an attorney.
You mentioned some free resources online.
Yep.
What is your thoughts, or what are your thoughts on ChatGPT, being your lawyer?
ChatGPT can provide some good basic guidelines. It can be an amazing place to start. And you want to go into a meeting with an attorney armed with information. And ChatGPT and all these other AI tools can really help you guide and form your questions and get perhaps a more efficient use of that time and of your resources. So I'm not anti-ChatGPT, I'm not anti-AI, not in any way. I think they're really powerful, useful tools. Would I say go in there and tell ChatGPT to write you a contract? No, because it's the same as getting a free template online. It is broad in scope. It is not particular to your needs. And even when you teach ChatGPT, hey, this is the boundaries of my business, it's still never going to be as specific and as particular to your needs as a human being will address.
So what is the single most important piece of legal guidance that you can give to the change makers in the room today without getting too deep into the legal stuff?
Okay. Well, there's 3 things on your basic legal checklist that I would love every change maker to do. The first is going to be your service agreement and contract. That's how you make your money. That's your profit tool. You need a service agreement contract with everyone you interact with where there's an exchange of goods or services, not just money. If you're exchanging a like for a like, content for content, exposure, that should still involve a service agreement and contract. And an attorney should ideally help you write one that is general enough that based on each specific type of contract that you're dealing with, hey, we're just going to add in this little addendum that you need for this particular interaction and relationship. So that's the first thing. That's going to be your profit tool. Then, for those that have websites, you want compliance and you want to be able to control your content. So the important thing there is a solid terms of service and a privacy policy. That policing of your website, you are the best police cop enforcer to do that because you know your content, and that is a good way to do that. The last is going to be basic brand registration. So like I said, a lot of times we don't register our business names. Register your business name. It can be expensive, but there are lower cost ways of registering a business. For example, in some states, they're going to have a higher cost for getting it done in 3 to 4 weeks, and a much, much significantly lower cost for getting it done in 12 weeks. So if time is not of the essence for you, save a little bit of money, but register your business name. Please, please, please. Last but not least, I didn't include it in my top 3, but it's something everyone should do. Set up Google alerts for your name, for your business name, for your social media handles, so that you know when somebody else is using your content and it gets traction.
Extremely important. I know that social media accounts or social media platforms now do a better job of ensuring that if your video gets used somewhere, they let you know and they still give you credit. But other creators that like to repurpose videos have figured out really creative ways to get around that and still get full credit for the video or content that you created. If you find a creator that's using your content and without your permission, what should you do?
Well, first, I hope you have that content trademarked if it's a logo or brand name. If it's video content, we're sending a cease and desist letter. And in that same vein, if you get a cease and desist letter, don't ignore it. It's a legal negotiation tactic. That's when you want to talk to a lawyer and have them help you respond to that. But similarly, have a lawyer help you send out cease and desist letters. If you want a draft one that you can just use on your own, talk to an attorney about giving you a general cease and desist letter, and you can fill in what you need to fill. That's a great cost saving, so you don't have to pay for it each and every time. Not every attorney will do that, but some will. I will. And that can help you police and enforce, again, your own intellectual property.
So I'm sure some of the people in the audience might have some questions, but before we turn it over to them, can you just share with us what is one action or a mindset shift that you want everyone to take away today?
Sure. One thing is imposters. So we have external imposters, AI, bots, things that are going to take your content, but also the internal imposter that tells us, hey, am I selling out? Am I going corporate by monetizing this? And find the power in you to recognize that that's not selling out, that it is in fact what makes your mission have increased longevity, because you have the income to continue to support your community and make change in that community. So, charge what you're worth, not less than what you're worth.
I have some questions myself, but I'm going to first leave it to the audience first to see what questions we have here. Maybe I'll start it off so that way we can get some brain power going on with the audience. So, what is one, when it comes to assets and when it comes to mistakes that people make, or maybe even something that has happened to many of your clients before, what was the most common mistake that you've seen, and what is really what's the worst case scenario when it comes to those mistakes?
Okay, so 2 different answers.
Okay.
So the most common is not registering the business. That is the most common. It's also the easiest one to solve and the least expensive one to solve. The struggle with that is you lose basic protection of that name and the reputation associated with the name of your business. So that is the most common problem. The long-lasting problem is the change maker trap, where we have these journey packages where someone is going to come in and help you get X number of interactions, likes, and then in 6 weeks you're going to be able to write a book, and they're going to get you through that. And it's this mass program to somehow capitalize on your assets. And ultimately, sometimes those programs can cost $10,000. None of the work that's happening is actually protecting you and your interests, because those programs very rarely discuss your intangible and tangible assets. So this idea that we can all become Joel and Rebecca and have their reach and be able to produce and publish within a quarter is wild. And it is the most expensive and the largest problem I see my clients have, is just grinding out of that hole of spending that kind of money.
And does that include the worst case scenario?
That is the worst case scenario.
Okay. What happens when you have your content is out there and there's someone out there that just coming after you because they don't like you, and they're using your content in a negative way, maybe ruining your reputation, because that is an asset. Your reputation is
Absolutely.
an asset. So we talked about, lowering up and maybe asking them to stop.
Yeah.
But what are there lawsuits, things you can do to protect, to kind of force that hand in order to make them stop?
So multiple pronged approach. So the cease and desist letter is the first step in getting into court, effectively. That's where you're going to start. And that can be a long, costly process. So depending on your appetite for that kind of financial investment, that's one. The other prong is to use the platform's own terms and conditions and their content guidelines and use those to police your content through the platform. That can be onerous, but it is certainly going to be less costly than doing a legal full fight. So that's somewhere to also do the cease and desist letter and also use the platform's rules to get that exploitative or that stolen content taken down.
Is there anything out there that exists that we think for ourselves is protected, but really may not be as protected as we think it might be for, because of the rules? Or is everything protected in some way or another?
So that's a great question. Everything you create that is original is protected by copyright law automatically. So
if you register or without even...
Unregistered, simply by existing and putting it into the world, it has become copywritten. So you should learn your copyright rights and understand how you can use those rights in your favor. But it is a really powerful right because you don't have to do anything except for create original. I cannot emphasize that enough. Original content. The debate often comes in is what is the threshold for original versus inspired by versus satire and so on. So I'll leave it at that because that's a different conversation, but original content automatically protected by copyright law.
Yes, ma'am. Let me go ahead and give you this mic so that you can, or can we get a mic over there? Actually, go ahead and yell it out and I'll repeat the question. Yeah.
Okay, so patent law. The question is about patent law. When does something that's trademarked become patentable? Almost never. Something is patented, it's an invention. Trademark is an entirely different category of property right. So for a patent, you're talking about something tangible and real. If that in and of itself, and I'm not a patent attorney, everyone, so I'm going to butcher this a little bit. They're incredibly smart, the patent attorneys I know, and it is a very narrow field in terms of what is patentable. It's very unlikely, I'm not saying it's zero, that something created would be patentable. You might get a design patent, that is a different thing. I suppose if you were creating a certain unique type of merchandise or decorative item, you might want a design patent, but I'm not sure how much value that would add. That's a one-on-one conversation with for each particular client. More often than not, trademark is going to be your friend in this space, in the changemaker space.
I have another question.
Yeah.
I'm just full of questions now. We have time, so I have plenty of questions. I've seen people trademark phrases. A lot of times, these phrases are common enough where it almost seems very hard to trademark or to have it be part of your slogan. How hard is it to trademark a phrase? Are there rules that you have to look out for, like whether it's a common phrase used in local conversation? And how often do you have to maybe reapply for that trademark?
Okay, so there are trademark renewals. Go to the USPTO site. It'll tell you how often you have to renew them, but you don't have to reapply. You're just putting in for a renewal and paying a fee. So that's an easy solution. As far as trademarking phrases, what you'll likely find in that trademark application is a pretty limited category of use. So there's dozens dozens of trademark categories, and within those, there's many, many subcategories, upwards of 1,000. So when you trademark a phrase, you're not getting all 45 plus categories, the thousands of subcategories. You're getting whatever the office approves. And so it would probably be a narrow use. For example, if you trademark a phrase and you're a podcaster, maybe you've only trademarked it for merchandise and for podcasting. But if somebody were to use it in a totally different way, it would be an allowed use. So.
Got it. So if you have a phrase for podcasting and then you trademark it there, somebody else can use that same phrase for real estate.
Potentially, yes.
Got it. Podcasting, since we had a speaker up here that spoke about podcasting, we had a full room of people listening and trying to learn. And if I remember correctly, you are starting a podcast soon.
I am. It just came out today.
And so the question is, what if you find, so there are so many names that are already taken out there, and you're trying to come up with your own name, be creative on your podcast, and you do a Google search, and somebody else already has it.
Right.
Can you still use that name?
Does somebody have the trademark on it? That's the question. If they don't, yeah, you can use it. So check not just Instagram and the podcast platforms and YouTube for that name, but check the trademark registration database and check in your state. If you live in Florida, check the Florida state registration for that name. If there isn't one registered, number one, go get it. Because now, and then go get the trademark nationally, federally, because now you can make those podcasters take their podcast down. And you got the name. So.
Or they'll have to change their name.
They have to change their name. If you've got the trademark, yeah. That's what makes it powerful, right?
And that goes with logos as well, right?
100%.
So there was a recent debate with, I think it was Boston University and Baylor University, I think is what it was. And they're both using the BU on their clothing. And one got too close to being too close to the other one when it came to design. And now they're having this entire lawsuit and debate happening. When it comes to logo design, and people just probably go to ChatGPT, it's like, hey, create me a logo with this, or go to Canva, and Canva creates them a logo. And you invest money in creating a website with that logo, and maybe even make some merch with that logo. And then you get a letter from somebody else saying, it's like, hey, that is my logo. What do you do?
Call me. I'll help you fix it. When you get the letter, call your lawyer. It's that simple. Don't ignore the letters. Ever.
What happens if you do ignore the letters?
Then you'll be seeing a lawsuit soon. That'll be next.
Follow-up question to that. We've been through this where it's letters that appear to be legitimate, but then upon further investigation, they are just companies that are trying to appear like they provide legal services or do certain things, and then they are actually just taking your money and that's it. How do you know, from your perspective, can you share with us who are not as informed about this, like how do you know if it's legitimately legal action that's being pursued by this company or if it's someone that's appearing to threaten legal action and then not actually legitimate?
Sure. Go check the trademark database. Go check that state's trademark database and see, is this actually the legal owner of this mark as they're claiming to be? There's trolls out there, and that's great to be on the offense. So that's those tools. The internet is the tool here to search and see whether or not the person or entity that's claiming to own this right actually owns the right, and go from there. But again, I would say also that's an easy fix for an attorney. They just send them the letter. I get these letters all the time, and I can really quickly ascertain whether they're real or not. And most good attorneys are not going to charge you to say, yeah, that's not real, don't worry about it. It's really that simple.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Anybody else out there? I've always learned, put everything that is business related on a separate LLC. Is that good practice?
It's a great practice.
And why is that?
So many reasons. Listen, you want to shield your business and your personal assets from being pierced by a lawsuit. So always put your business assets and liabilities into a business entity. And then tax purposes, right? I'm not a tax attorney, but there are a multitude of tax benefits to keeping your business separate from your personal.
Yeah, you don't want to end up at the end of the tax year with all of that income going into your personal income and figure out now you got to pay 30 whatever percent
Exactly.
on that when you could have paid almost nothing
right.
on that. Well, I think we have answered all the questions. You have a wealth of knowledge. What is the first thing people should do once they leave here today? Because I don't like leaving people and just like, hey, here's all this information. If you could tell them to do one thing right now when they leave here with their business, what is that? Other than call you.
Other than calling me? Get a solid service agreement. That's the most important thing. Do that.
Solid service agreement. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank
you are
you so much.
so knowledgeable.
Thank you.
And I took notes, so I'm gonna take this back home. I'm gonna talk to my business partner, and we're gonna figure out what we need to do, look at our service agreements. And also, for those of you who don't know, a lot of these, when it comes to subscription services, for example, if you have one of those, rules change every now and then. Like, for example, recently, I think there was that new change for the click to cancel, correct? Yep. Where it should be as easy to unsubscribe from your services as it is to subscribe to your services, and those things are being checked. And I've had some friends that have made the mistake of not making those changes, and now they're paying for it. So, yeah, thank you so much, and I'm going to call you.
All right.
I have your number, so.
You do have my number.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you so much.
Appreciate you listening.
Now we're going to
today.
go to the side stage.
Hello. Thanks, Joel, for drawing out those insights on change makers. I'm Raquel Durden, Army veteran and author of Dial Down. I'm here with Michelle Lang, also a nonprofit leader. Michelle, can you tell us a little bit about your rural nonprofit?
Yes, I'm the Executive Director of Operation Honor Rural Salute, and our mission is to support small town and rural veteran and military families, making sure they're connected with the proper resources, benefits that they wouldn't be able to access in their hometowns.
That's so important. What do you find to be the biggest need out in these rural communities?
So we try and focus more on the upstream, which is getting them connected to their benefits, because most of these people are an hour and a half away from the VA. And so not only is there a physical barrier, but there's also a mental barrier as making that trip. So how can we get them connected to these services and connected to their, not only their veteran community, but the community that they live in to have that extra support?
That's so important. What are some of the successful strategies, like literally, what are you doing to help knock down those barriers?
So the biggest thing that we do is we show up, and we bring in this basically county fair into rural areas where people don't want to go, people don't think about it. We bring in the VA, we bring in generators, we bring in hotspots, and we literally have people get enrolled in a field. And then you can go get a hot dog at the food truck. Then you can go listen to a speaker panel. Then you can go listen to live music. Then you can see all the local nonprofits that support you. Then you can see all the local veteran-owned businesses that are keeping the community alive. And then it really helps ignite this fire inside of people of how they want to dig in and support their community and their veterans even more.
That sounds like an incredible one-stop shop for getting taken care of and then also finding some enjoyment. How do you do follow-up care, or is it just one and done?
So the events, we get a ton of people there, but then we also have an online community where you can enroll. So you can learn more about services that can support you that maybe are larger national nonprofits, but are accessible virtually. So we have the in-person events. We follow it up with our resource library that we know can support rural veterans no matter where you're at.
So where can an attendee here at the MIC find you? Are you on stage? Do you have a booth? How can they get connected with your services?
We will be in the Victor Valor booth on Tuesday, but our website is ohruralsalute.org, and you can always find me, Michelle Lang, on LinkedIn, social media, Operation Honor Rural Salute.
That's awesome. I'm looking forward to people getting connected with you. You mentioned that you've been to the MIC before. Do you have any advice for first-time MIC participants?
I think at events like this where there's so much going on, it can be very overwhelming if you're a first-timer. So what I would say is place high value on making connections and building those relationships. And don't forget to follow up with those relationships whenever you go home.
I think we got some great advice from Michelle Lang, and first-timers, let's connect. Thank you. Let's go back to the main stage.
Thank you so much. We're back here on the main stage at MIC, the parade deck stage, and we are honored to welcome leaders who are driving innovation for the VA and the DoD through the SDV office systems and SDV Medical. First, a retired Marine Corps colonel, president and CEO, and co-founder of both companies, Dan Wisnant. Joining him is his son, a Marine Corps captain, chief operating officer, and co-founder, Tyler Wisnant. And together with them, representing the VFW Foundation as Director and Corporate and Foundation Relations, Tony Lowe. Please give a warm welcome to the stage.
So SDV, my dad and I started it back in 2016. Having been in the Marine Corps for, he did 32 years, I did 4. We wanted to look for ways to help out with the VA, and find opportunities to work there, make the VA a better place, just any way we could. We got a contract doing furniture with all the VAs across the country.
So I came up with the idea really in 2015 after graduating from Army War College. Contacted my son, contacted one of my Gold Star parents who had experience in the furniture industry, had experience of selling to the government as well, and also massive experience of starting a small business. So we came up with the idea of how to serve the VA through office furniture and designing spaces that actually heal veterans.
And give it up for Tyler and Dan Wisnant and Tony Lowe.
Thank you, Sean. I am Tony Lowe, as Sean mentioned. Tony Lowe, Director of Corporate and Foundation Relations for the VFW Foundation. And I'm so pleased to be here with you two gentlemen. You heard the brief introduction from Sean. Tell us more about yourself and how we got here.
Yes, sir. Dan Wisnant, CEO and President of STV Medical. We're really here because we're helping the VA transform from a technology standpoint. We have a sole source contract with Da Vinci, Intuitive Surgical, and we have 84 VA facilities out there that perform robotic surgery every day. Every year, the VA is touching about 22 to 25,000 veterans with minimally invasive surgery. The other thing that we're doing is on the lung cancer standpoint, which we'll talk a little bit later, but we're really proud to have a company that brings technology to put it in the hands of clinicians in order to take care of our brother and sister veterans.
Thank you. Tyler?
I'm Tyler Wisnant, COO of SDV Office Systems, SDV Medical, and co-founder. I transitioned out of the Marine Corps in 2015 and decided to figure out this whole civilian career. My dad had the idea of starting this company. And he needed someone that can start a website and do some technology for him. So he called me up, and we've just been growing ever since 2016.
Great. Thanks, Tyler. So, Dan, what was that spark? What motivated you to start SDV?
Yeah, so unfortunately in 2006, in October 25th, lost a couple Marines in Fallujah. I was a company commander at the time. We lost Tommy Gilbert, and his father, Mike Gilbert, one of my Gold Star parents, had called me, and we talked and kept in touch, since that deployment. He was really in touch with all the Marines that Tommy had served with, and I unfortunately had to hand out 38 Purple Hearts during that deployment. A lot of guys right then having a hard time getting care at the VA. So we're trying to figure out how do we help the VA see these Marines and these service members who gave everything, literally. So after a few iterations and after coming out of Army War College, Mike and I and Tyler decided we're going to work on a furniture contract for multiple different reasons. Really, furniture is across the entire VA. We service probably 30 to 40% of all the VAs across, 30-40% of all the furniture across the VA. So people are sitting in waiting rooms, they're sitting in clinics, they're sitting in the OR, they're waiting, it's an anxious time. We actually hired designers then to make those spaces healing spaces, to make them safe spaces, to make them spaces to where they feel comfortable while interacting with that healthcare. So we started that in 17, and that was kind of the spark, is making sure Marines had a good pathway to getting the care that they deserve.
Thanks, Dan. So, Tyler, what inspired you?
Yeah, well, serving myself, and seeing my dad go away to 2 different combat tours, the Marine Corps military has always been part of my life. And when I was getting out, I didn't really know what I was going to go into. I knew technology was a big space, and I had strong desires, strong passions to pursue that. Moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, and just started figuring out one day at a time. Then after that, my dad brought up the idea of starting a business, and as it really resonated with me to be your own boss, to have a massive impact, to be in control of the impact that you have. And whenever I connected the dots to say, hey, we can make veterans' lives better. I'm a VA patient myself. I want to have access to the best technology, the best care. I want to be comfortable when I'm there. If you've walked into a VA, you've looked around and you've seen a broken chair, a broken desk, some broken furniture in the corner, and it's like, what are we doing here? So the opportunity to make that a better place was awesome, and yeah, I haven't looked back since.
Thanks, Tyler. Now, Dan, you mentioned your friend, your battle buddy, your comrade, Tommy Gilbert. Can you tell us a little bit more about Tommy and the importance of honoring him and the work that you do with SDV?
So Tommy and I actually grew up in the same hometown. We're both big Chicago Cubs fans. We're reservists at the time, so you know these Marines differently. You know what they do civilian-wise. You know their families. You interact with their families. So it's just a different piece. His dad, a little bit older than me, but we lived in the same community. So there was times, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, weekends, where we would spend time at their lake house. We became part of their family, and they became part of our family. We always stayed close with all the Gold Star parents, but them in particular. And Mike just had this spark of entrepreneurship. Mike had run businesses. We didn't know a thing about running a business. So through conversations, over a campfire or while you're fishing or while you're out there on the lake, we would always sit there and say, what can we do? What else can we do for this particular person? We lost several Marines, unfortunately, to suicide, even after that deployment. So it was always on our mind of what can we do to inject ourselves in this process to make sure they're getting the best care in the best environment with the best tools that are available to clinicians. So once I graduated Army War College, I just asked that question to Mike. I said, I think it's time for us to start a company. And he was all on board. And that's when we started running in late 2016.
Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So, Tyler, Dan talked a little bit about the products and services that you offer. I'd like for you to do a little deeper dive into it. Kind of give us a little bit more idea of the office systems and also the medical side of it.
Yeah, so the products that we offer, obviously 2 sides of the house. We've got the office system side. It's all furniture based. So our partners are big companies like Herman Miller, Steelcase, OFS. We represent over close to 200 different furniture lines. with the VA on the IDIQ contract that we're on. So we give the VA designers, who are a critical component to that hospital functioning well, we give them as many options as we can to support their needs. We've got an office up in Brookfield, Wisconsin, full of designers. We've hired subject matter experts who are better at the furniture design piece than we could ever be. This is their life, and they have connections to the VA as well. They have parents, brothers, sisters that have served, and when they look at the product that they're selling, they can visualize their dad sitting in that seat. So that was a really strong connection on the furniture side. And then on the medical device side, my dad can talk more into this, but we've really focused on the top tier as far as technology and patient procedures and outcomes. Robotic surgery is, there's been a lot of talk about AI on this stage earlier today. Robotics, really, I think the main thing there is this technology enhances the surgeon's ability to heal that veteran, to get them in and out as quickly as possible, to get them back to their life as quickly as possible. So the recovery times, the total time that you're in the hospital is minimal. So we partner with strategic companies like Intuitive that provide products that accomplish those goals.
Thank you. So, Dan, Tyler obviously told us a little bit more about the systems and the medical side of it. And you went into this business, or you went into entrepreneurship because you wanted to help veterans and transitioning service members. But exactly how did you flip the switch on medical systems and healthcare and that side of the house?
So I was in the reserves at the time when 9/11 happened, so deployed several times, but I was in the medical device industry. I was working for a company called Stryker, big medical device industry. I came back after my second tour, that tour in 06-07. The VP of sales actually asked me, he goes, "Hey, do you want to lead government sales?" And I'm like, "What is that?" And he goes, "Well, you're probably the only guy in the building that can spell VA and DOD, so you'd probably be good at it." I'm like, "Okay, I guess I'll figure it out." And I had always had the questions around how does Stryker get their products into the VA? How do these medical device companies service that customer? And since 06, the VA's been my customer ever since. And when I switched over to Intuitive back in 2018, I was like, this is, you could see the impact. We were selling beds, which was great at Stryker, great products, but to actually know that veterans were getting standard of care, they were getting the best technology, access to the best technology out there, that just fulfills my mission. But the spark was, how do we do that better? How do we do that more simplified? We work with manufacturers to speed up the acquisition process. As everyone knows, government procurement is very slow, very bureaucratic, and we have contract solutions that eliminate a lot of that bureaucracy. We basically take the procurement system, what could be 8-9 months or longer, especially for a large multi-million-dollar system, which you better go see it. It's over in the booth in the exhibit hall, the Da-Vinci 5, the latest and greatest system. But we take that procurement cycle and literally change it down to weeks. We take it from months to weeks. And that's fulfilling our purpose because then more veterans are getting healing care that much more quickly.
Thank you. So, Dan, what separates SDV from other service-disabled small businesses, and why would someone like the VA or Intuitive Surgical or Herman Miller, why would they want to partner with SDV?
So we bring a ton of, the military is all about bringing capabilities. As a Marine, we work on a Marine Air Ground Task Force. We task organize to the certain mission. And that's what we've done at SDV. We have contracting in-house. We don't outsource that. We have designers in-house. So all that design work that has to be done to VAs, we have people who do it every day and work side by side those designers. We have marketing. We market out and we help Intuitive, we help Globus, we help Herman Miller, we help Steelcase market their products to the government. A lot of SCSBs don't do that. We bring a lot of value add to the VA so they can then be aware and know that these products are available and accessible on their contract solutions, which is huge.
Yes, absolutely. You know, as an entrepreneur, during the life cycle of an entrepreneur, You're going to have some great days, and then you're going to have some not so great days. One of those not so great days or times was COVID-19, the pandemic. Now, you guys started in 2017, correct? Pre-pandemic. What happened as we walked into 2019, 2020, and the pandemic occurred? How did that shift your? How did you respond to that?
Yeah, I think how we operate is, mission first. Marines always is our motto, but we looked at what does the customer need. We've got this crisis going on. We work in hospitals. What do they need to accomplish their mission? So we're never looking inward on how does this benefit us. That's not the first thought. It's our customers, they have needs. Let's reach out to them. How can we help them out? And I'll just say, from March through the rest of that year was all a blur. I sat at my computer, ran so many different spreadsheets and POs and quotes, because we were literally trying to sell everything we could for the VA's mission. And it changed almost on a weekly basis, where they're saying, hey, we need ventilators. So we're researching ventilators. How can we help you get these? The furniture team up in Milwaukee, they were selling everything that was already pre-made. Chairs, because they're starting to quarantine everybody. They have to separate all these different rooms out. So they're selling everything that's quick ship was off the shelves. The business results were tremendous that year. Like I said, I don't remember much from that year. We were just working so hard. But the numbers speak for themselves. We look back and we're like, wow, how did we get all this done? Just because we sat down, we looked at what does the customer need and how can we provide that for them?
It was really about, to Tyler's point, meeting the need of the customer, but being flexible enough to understand that you can pivot. You don't have to do things the same way every single day. The customer is pivoting, so you have to pivot. The entire country, the entire world was pivoting. So we better make sure we're there to meet those needs. Down to the point where designers are like having to source plexiglass for the VA. We weren't in that space before, but we said, hey, let's reach out to the furniture manufacturers, and there were several furniture manufacturers who jumped on it. They literally set up lines overnight to say, we'll go ahead and meet the needs, because we were telling them, we can ship literally thousands of these right now. The requirement is there. So good thing is manufacturing saw that, and we were able to communicate to them that they need to show up for the customer as well. So that manufacturing base was able to turn pretty quickly.
Yeah, flexibility was key to the success. Absolutely. So Tyler, in a previous life of economic opportunity, I would engage with veterans that wanted to start their own business. And even now, as we transition across the country or move about the country, we run into veterans that are entering the entrepreneurship space. And it can be very, very daunting task. So how do we navigate some of these and mitigate some of the fears and apprehension to entering into the entrepreneurship track?
Yeah, I think to be an entrepreneur, you have to have something inside of you to begin with, that spark that says, I'm going to get up and work hard. There's safer ways, I would say, to be successful, to make money, to provide for your family. But as an entrepreneur, you're not going to settle for that. You want something more. You want to create something that's not there today to provide that solution. Assuming that's the prerequisite and you've checked that box, from there, just start networking. The mentors that we've run into have been amazing. Starting out with Mike Gilbert, one of the co-founders, I always say he never had a real job because he made his own jobs. He started his own businesses. He hustled. And the things he learned from there, I feel like I got an MBA just on the job talking with him, whether it was accounting, processing orders, managing the whole, the systems of the company. So we just loved it. And you find yourself working late because you've got this problem to solve. You've made a promise to somebody, and I've got to meet that deadline, and you work your tail off getting there. And you've got other people in the boat rowing the same direction with you. So doing it alone, you're not going to get very far. You can only get so far, but having a good team, having a good mentor, or as many mentors as you can find is absolutely pivotal. And I would say just go to your local chamber of commerce. Start there. If you have nowhere else to go, no one in your family, no friends that are entrepreneurs themselves, just go to the local chamber of commerce, start networking. Because as a small business owner, they love talking about business. They love talking about how they got to where they are and all the opportunities that it's enabled them, the people they've helped. So you learn so much from those encounters, and you never know when you're going to run back into somebody.
If I can just add, I didn't know how to talk to a bank. Here I am, a business owner. We need funding, right? You're working with these massive companies who are looking at a small company going, well, what kind of credit do you have? So the pragmatic, how do you talk to a bank to say, I'm going to pay you, right? There's this wonky thing called the government that is going to pay me. You just have to wait a certain amount of time. But I didn't know that. Thankfully, we had Mike and we had other mentors who could actually train us on how to talk to a bank. So as an owner, not knowing that was one of the biggest challenges that I had to overcome. As a Marine, I was just like, let's just go do it, right? We're going to go execute. Well, bankers don't think that way. Bankers have this thing called a balance sheet and have risk, and they want to make sure they're going to get their money at the end of the day, or if they're going to loan you money, you got to be solid. Because they kept on asking me, well, what happens when you go away? I'm like, well, he's here. I'm like, okay, well, we got to get to know him too. So there's a personal piece too that you have to understand, that banks want to see people. They want to see what's your mission. The financials are important. They're very important. But they also want to see, how are you servicing that customer? What other things are you doing as part of that business to make sure that the business is running the right way? We didn't have all the facets up front. We didn't have marketing figured out the first year. We didn't really need it. We were just blocking and tackling on contracts. And as soon as we built up that, I would say, foundational trust with the bank, now we can literally have a meeting with them tomorrow and say, hey, we're thinking of doing this. And now we have that crosstalk of ideas, and the bankers are on board, and they're totally bought into the mission now too, which is really great to see.
That's great to see. One of the things, Tyler, you brought up was the mentorship piece. And it is extremely important as a new business or a seasoned business owner to have good coaching and mentorship. Can both of you speak to that again?
Absolutely. We back home, we're from Asheville, North Carolina. The Chamber of Commerce there was great. They had these retired folks that were essentially volunteering their time that had tremendous experience. They had banking careers. They had careers in technology. They were, C-level folks from Red Hat. Tremendous experience for free. We walked in there. We just said, hey, we need some help. And next thing you know, you've got 6 people around the table helping you solve a problem. That was pivotal in the growth of our business, because there were those hard days where it's like, we've got this great contract, we can do this, but the bankers, the manufacturers saying, who are you guys again? And how much is that PO? Why should we trust you? And we had experts around us that understood the technical terms. We could talk about profit and loss statements. We could talk about, days payable outstanding, all those things. We could address every single perceived risk measure that they had. And even today, we've approached business with fractional. We leverage fractional resources as much as possible. We have some excellent consultants who we've just run into in the past, and we trust them, we like working with them, and they want to help us out, which is incredible. Whether it's marketing, financials, we have a fractional CFO. They look at our books every month, help us prepare those monthly results. Look at our budgeting process. They help us along every step of the way to make sure we're in check. We're not slacking in any area, because we've set the standard, and they help us maintain that.
I would say one of the key things is having initiative enough to go talk to someone. You got to have the initiative. You got to really say, listen, I don't know. And that's really hard for a Marine, especially a Marine colonel, retired colonel, to say, I don't know something. But you got to really humble yourself and go to talk to someone who is smarter than you and has walked down that path before and say, hey, would you be willing to help me on this? And just like this conference here, everyone here is willing to help everyone else out. And so use those resources that are to your left and right, because those folks will get you on the right path. They'll connect you. If they don't know, they'll connect you with someone who does. Whether it's a local resource, a national resource, someone in the military, someone outside the military, it doesn't matter. Go talk to someone, ask them if you can help me, and the doors will just fly open from there.
That's a great point. Humility as you navigate and transition through that process is a wonderful trait to have. The resources on your right or left could absolutely be local resources. You brought that up, Tyler, about local resources, starting at the Chamber of Commerce. That's a wonderful place for new business owners. Absolutely. So let's switch gears a little bit. Let's talk about health. You know, as we all know, health concerns are, or health and access to quality health care is very important for our veterans and transitioning service members as well. Can you tell me a little bit more about the relationship with Intuitive Surgical and how that plays into VA medical and VA medical center and healthcare?
Yeah, so where the rubber meets the road is back in 22, Congress passed the PACT Act, P-A-C-T, the PACT Act, which allows for veterans to be screened, right, for toxins, right, and everything that we're exposed to, burn pits, smoke, you name it, right? So to date, I think 5.6 million have been screened, which there's still many more millions to be screened. But Intuitive brings technology, especially in the lung cancer space, which is the highest prevalence of cancers amongst veterans, right? Smoking, exposure to toxins, exposure to contaminants. They have a product called the Ion, and the Ion then looks inside the lung and can go to the outer periphery of the lung and look at those sub-2 centimeter lesions. Immediately then they know whether or not they have cancer. Unfortunately, I had a battalion commander who deployed many times, and in 2019 he found out he had undiagnosed cancer. It had gone on for about 6 years. He just didn't know. The technology wasn't there to let him know. So the great thing about Intuitive is they have products that will now let a patient know that they have lung cancer and what stage it is and what they need to do from there. So the power of knowing is 100% the thing, right? You don't want to, the standard of care used to be watchful waiting. If someone had cancer in the lung, they'll say, let's watch, let's wait till next year, we'll get another scan, let's wait till next year. That could happen 5-6 years in a row. Now they can literally know, and there's been procedures across the VA now where a veteran goes in, they look at, find the lesion, they do the pathology, 10 minutes later they know that the patient has a grade 4, right? It's graded as a 4. And they're taking the cancer out underneath that single anesthesia event. So they're literally rolling it from the Ion table over to the Da Vinci table, and they're removing that portion of the lobe, and they come out literally cancer-free underneath that same procedure, which is amazing. It's the same kind of care that the civilian world has, so why not have veterans have access to that exact same care?
That's simply amazing. And that technology is rolled out in multiple VA medical centers across the country.
Yeah, right now there's 55 VAs that have Ion. And the great thing, too, though, is those VAs that don't have access to Ion, they can refer that veteran out in community care, because I guarantee you there'll be a hospital or 10 with around that VA that has an Ion, and they can go get the exact same care.
That is wonderful. And so for those of you that are here at the Military Influencers Conference, please stop by and check out the Intuitive Surgical booth and the robotic Da Vinci operation over there.
Go get a test drive.
Yes, absolutely. It's incredible. Well, Dan and Tyler, thank you so much for taking time to discuss SDV office systems and medical systems with us today. We appreciate you. We appreciate your service. Thank you so much. And we look forward to doing some great things in the future.
Absolutely. And thank you, Tony, for the VFW and the support they give to veterans like us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
All right. Thanks for all that innovative talk up there on the big stage. This is Raquel Durden, Army veteran, Georgia Woman Veteran of the Year. I'm here with Dr. Mitchell Temper, and boy, does he have a good subject. It has to do with love and sex. Woo woo! He is the director of Love After War, and it is now streaming on pbs.org. Doctor, tell me a little bit about love and sex.
All right. So Love After War is the story of injured veterans and their romantic partners who are, quote unquote, winning the battle for love. So, you know, back in 2006, I remember a headline that said, failed intimate relationships are the leading cause of suicide. And I'm a sexologist by trade. And I was invited to speak to injured veterans, and I was hooked. And I met people who were doing well despite grievous or serious injuries. And I wanted to tell the stories of some, as we call it, post-traumatic love growth.
Well, thank you for that important mission. You say you work with extremely disabled. Can you kind of explain that? Because sometimes veterans may feel like, is that me? Is that not me? Like, who are you working with?
One, I think the documentary Love After War is educational for everybody, with or without a disability. The folks in the films, one guy has 85% burns, another has what we call a complex blast injury, where he lost both legs above his knees, he lost some fingers, has a brain injury, some hearing loss, and lost a testicle and a third. Another guy is kind of like me, spinal cord injured, so he was shot 4 times, one into his spine. One of the women's was a victim of sexual assault, dealing with military sexual trauma, and her partner, primarily invisible wounds, although he had some orthopedic injuries resulting in spinal injuries. He was walking. He had drop foot, incontinence, and erectile dysfunction. So there were a couple, and then Tim got shot through the face, so he was totally blind.
Thank you for sharing that. I mean, that is a list of very traumatic injuries, but I want to make sure that veterans can relate and maybe see themselves somewhere on that list. You shared with me earlier that you work with the veterans themselves, but also with care providers. Can you explain that a little bit, Doctor?
Certainly. Well, my first audience, because I am a sexuality educator and counselor, was people in that field, and they were very hungry to learn about another population. But I've done groups, different warrior groups. I made it available through the Wounded Warrior program before it went on PBS. And so I'm trying to get it into the hands of all kinds of veteran service organizations. I am working with counselors. I gave a talk to rehab counselors just on Friday and showed them a little excerpt of the movie. And we have a workbook that goes along with it so people could facilitate discussions afterwards.
Thank you. And you were sharing about the impact of how you suggested that chaplains work with counselors. Talk about the success of that partnership.
So when I first started working with the vets in 2008, I was then working with the VA, and I helped them bring a program called PEERS, Practical Applications of Intimate Relationship Skills, into it, and led by chaplains and social workers, and now it's called Warriors to Soulmate. So go to your chaplaincy and ask if you could access the Warriors to Soulmate program.
Thanks. And once again, you can find Love After War, a documentary about sex and love, on pbs.org. It's streaming now. And let's see what's going on the main stage.
Thank you, Raquel. Welcome back to the main stage, MIC. It is my honor to introduce our next speaker, Veronica Seitz. She is a trauma recovery specialist and the creator of post-trauma stress development. She is also a dynamic speaker, an author, and chaplain with the Texas State Guard Army, bringing her expertise in emergency management, ACE Tier 2 suicide prevention, and peer support to strengthen veteran resilience and well-being. Welcome, Veronica.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
I'm so excited to sit up here with you in the resilience space myself, in the suicide awareness space myself. And so tell us what you're going to be talking about.
So I'm going to be talking about recovery, and I'm going to tell you right now what I want you to do. Okay, you're going to respond in a certain way. The QR code is going to come up in just a minute, and I want you to respond because you can connect me in some different way to your organization, to the individuals that have need, and also you need to understand that what I'm about to present stands up to the D in the DSM-5. It's time to shatter the stigma, and we're going straight on for development. So what we do is our mission is to forge warriors so that they are stronger than ever. This is more than resilience. It is recovery. It is the steps that move in a phasic progression beyond awareness to alertness, to astuteness, that psychological flexibility that presents an individual ready to learn how to train the brain to move beyond survive and learn to thrive. And so we conclude with that with activating and advocacy. We want voice coming from those who have the story that may be still suffering in silence. So post-traumatic stress development is stepping into, from a different approach, mental wellness. I'm going to use two words real quick. And you have a frame of reference. You have an attitude, and there may be bias present that's never been considered. I am a chaplain, and we're going to talk about BS. Now, something settled in your mind when I said that. It was either a disconnect or of a curiosity. Let me frame what BS means to me so that you can begin to process it for you. Belief system. It integrates into every way somebody operates. And if we don't deal with belief system as part of regaining mental wellness, what we do is we compromise using language that is equally damaging and reinforcing the negative narrative that comes about to bias, such as the next words: mental health. There are bias, there are attitudes, and there's resistance to just the subject alone. And therefore, understanding how we use words and the language that we use does translate to outcomes for somebody's progression. This is where we bend the curve on suicide prevention and begin to step into the space where language is shifted, we reassign meaning for life, and we create the legacy for longevity. So the approach is very simple, and I cannot see that very well, but you can see this one very well. So it's very visual. What we do, the phasic progression is on your right. Survival mode is where somebody, obviously it's the fight or the flight response. Operations and coming out of coming from the transition of military to the marketplace, unknowingly, but it will show up at some point, the training, the skills that have been drilled that have activated the will to run into where we run when we are deployed does render at some point our brain is going to go into survival mode when it transitions from military to the marketplace. And I liken it to this picture. No one wants to be on a 6-lane highway with a bunch of drunk drivers. And when you drop somebody that understands protocol, rank, position, order, and all kinds of response to disorder, what we've done is we step in without training, without preparation, and without understanding that at some point your brain is going to get the memo. Everything is not a disaster. And when it gets that memo, it goes into shock. And that shock is the realization that I don't know what to do in this setting because I've had less time in this setting trained as I am to operate the way I need to going forward. So what trauma stress does is it points backwards. It points to the past. And what we do is we anchor in the present. Those skills, drill, and the will to run into a fight have to transition to, it is going to be a fight, but you are going to learn how to win the fight. Because in the past there was threat, there was fire, there were incidents, multiples of them. And those incidents have locked and loaded in the organ of the brain. The brain response is physical. It affects every system of our body. And yet, the mind is intangible. So to transform the mind, the language must be changed. To transform the brain must be trained. It no longer has to keep you alive. You have to take charge and train the brain how to thrive. That's how we move from surviving to coming alive and then beginning to thrive. That's what we were designed for. The phasic progression is a series of A's. We've gotten very good at awareness, but we've got to move the needle. In the training that we bring to groups and to individuals, we create individualized battle plans because everybody can be in the same conflict that's in part of a cohort, but every perspective, every event, and everything that led up to that moment is different for the individual. So there are individual battle plans. Then the individual must become alert. What does my body do? Where does my thinking go? What are my reactions? What is happening that sets me off when triggered? When you become alert, you can then decide, will I be astute? Will I become the student that takes the skills from my past, implements them now, and engages them to prepare me for this future? Because freedom that we fought for others is freedom we must obtain for ourselves without guilt, without shame, and without remorse. Because what is worthy is healing. And we fought for that freedom, and it is well deserved, and you are validated in that. This brings us to activation. When we are alert and astute, we learn how to activate. That battle plan gets put in place. And then ultimately there's the advocacy. Because if we're going to present a solution to death by suicide, we must give safe space and create sacred space for those that have not died, but have survived an attempt. And greater are the numbers while everyone that dies by suicide, I acknowledge this, with their honor and in their memory. For every one fatality, there's 25 that attempted and survived. Known, documented, sought help, or were taken for treatment. Behind that, you can add at least another 5 that told only one other person. And so it's known, but no treatment was obtained, sought, or given to the individual. The window of opportunity is massive. So we've got to do different, and we've got to take the approach. So this is the journey I take people through. This is the journey I teach organizations that I can bring and add value to what you are doing. And this is how post-trauma growth expands, not the vision, but the provision for making a difference and bringing the numbers down. If we train the brain how to thrive, it won't get stuck in survive. And in the mode of survival is where there's still a lot of chaos and confusion. So we can do better, and we're doing better now. This book is available for download. It was the inspiration behind what has now become post-traumatic stress development.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
That was amazing. I especially love the path that you take people on, because we acknowledge that, and I'm a suicide survivor, and I didn't seek help, and I didn't tell anybody, and people actually found me. And they're like, oh my gosh, like this is really bad, right? And this is like 2008, right after a deployment, lots of drinking. And now I tell people, like, go get the help. Like, recognize and become self-aware that, like, I am not in a good place. And it took me going through that process to tell people, like, it's okay to not be okay.
Yes.
A lot of the active duty are like, well, I'll lose my security clearance. I won't be able to deploy. I don't have a mission anymore. I don't want to fly a desk or ride a desk, or, you know. And it's like, but you're alive.
Yes.
And you only do that until you're well enough to go back to whatever mission, right?
Correct.
I love the post-traumatic growth, because that's something we didn't talk about previously. Like, prior to like 2013, we weren't talking about post-traumatic growth. We were like, oh, PTSD. Oh, man. So talk to us about that shift between talking about you have a disorder to an opportunity to grow.
So disorder, by its very nature of the word, stigmatizes. It's problematic. And it also it hinders people from going to seek help, because who wants a disorder, really?
Right.
We've been operating in chaos and disorder for a very long time. We don't want somebody to label. We don't want somebody to diagnose. And traditionally, it is very well known, the first thing that's going to happen is a pill is going to be thrown at it without informed consent. And without informed consent, you don't realize that the very thing that's supposed to treat could also be a side effect that exasperates the problem. And the growth part is, you think of it this way: what you want to grow, you feed. And if we get stuck in a diagnosis of disorder, what we're feeding is information that says the past is where you're stuck. Well, stuck as you may be, a new rut can be formed, and we can go a different way. That's the way the brain works. We have to feed new information in a new way for the brain to do new things. But the beautiful thing about the program that I bring and deliver to organizations, it's not new information. It's already been drilled. It's already skills that are obtained. It's actually showing the micro shifts that create the macro difference in an individual's life. In the individual's life, changes communities, and the community changes the world. So if you can change the world of one person, the world can be changed. And I want to encourage you, and I want to challenge you too.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Are you a suicide survivor or an attempt survivor?
Oh, I'm a survivor, for sure.
For sure.
And I tell people too, like, I'm not a success story. I battle every day.
Yeah.
I just had a conversation a couple days ago. I really wanted this deal, whatever I'm working on, and it got postponed. And I'm like, oh man, like I can't. And so all of a sudden the doubt creeps in, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden your worth starts getting lowered in your mind. You're like, oh man, they didn't want me. Oh man, I really wanted that. It was something I felt really passionate about. But I missed the part in my brain where it was said, it's just postponed for now.
Right.
And I read, oh, they don't want you. Oh, you're not good enough. And all this doubt starts creeping in. And then it's like, hold on. Let's take a breath, right? Breathe it. Okay, let me reassess. And then it's like, it's postponed due to budget cut, We're going to reassess in the fall. And like, so you're saying there's a chance. Okay, then you start like, oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, I battle every day.
Yes.
But I'm a survivor, and I know where I was, and I know that's not a great place to be.
So we're going to say something together, and I'm going to say it for you. Once a person has attempted and survived, there's a double moral injury that takes place. We know that we caused hurt to others, and there is a survivor guilt within that we have to process. I know of what I speak because I survived an attempt myself. And it is not okay to believe the skin of truth and bite into the lie, because it's the biting into the lie that creates the toxic cesspool of stinking thinking that, diluted by other substances and any other form of self-medication, takes us down the vortex of volatility. And so the thing about it is, number one, I'm glad you're here.
You too.
Number two, I'm glad we're on stage together. And number three, this is what advocacy looks like. There is no better way to stop a narrative than to have living proof sitting there that says, yes, you can. And here is how. And so that's how we shatter stigma.
Right. And we're walking statistics according to research, because once an attempt has been made, it gets easier to do it over and over. So now we not only do we have to battle our past, we have to battle our future, because we ingrained in our heart, mind, body, soul that we had this traumatic moment and we did whatever the action it was, right? It becomes ingrained in us. We're like, well, I did it last time. Right, and then you start falling into that downward spiral. Barbara Fredrickson calls it the broaden and build theory. Every positive emotion can build on itself, but every negative emotion builds on itself, and it takes you down.
And it takes you down real fast.
Fast.
It's the cesspool of stinking thinking, and you
Yeah.
got to flush the junk in the trunk and get it
Yeah.
out. I mean, it just literally. One of the amazing things about what you just said is I teach people this person at this time can do X, Y, Z. Because when that Pandora box has been opened, the brain automatically wants to remember. Again, we have to feed what we want to grow so that it remembers how to get out of that cycle that wants to pull you back and remind you. You see, our past doesn't define us.
Yes.
I believe that the past serves a purpose, and in the present, it can propel you to the purpose that you have survived. But we can't stay in survival. We have to thrive as individuals, and we have to thrive as a society. And that means we do things different, and we remember we're alive to make a difference.
Yeah. And you live by example, and I live by example. We have our own different traumas that we experienced, and we chose that one path, but we're here. And out of that moment came everything that we're doing now. Had you not attempted, or had I not gone through that one hard moment that brought me to suicide doorstep, I wouldn't have traversed the journey, or you wouldn't have created what you've created. So I want people to know, and correct me if I'm wrong, I want people to embrace and say, I did. It's like acceptance. I did go through that hard thing, and then I chose that one action. So it's like I acknowledge it and I accept it, but I accept everything that's come after that. The
Yes.
books, the podcasts, the speaking gigs, the appearances, and I am a survivor that can thrive in
Yes.
any environment.
Exactly. And that's really what it comes down to. I mean, the thing is, we may have fought an enemy on the battlefield. The residual came home, and we have to recognize that. And I will speak to you as a chaplain right now. The enemy does come to kill, steal, and destroy. The residual that is carried in our mind and locked and loaded in the organ has to be retrained, because the brain, the body, the soul, it is capable of being transformed by the renewing of mind. And that is really what we have to recognize. Something that happened does not define me. It's not an identity. It is an incident, and it has a story. We can suffer in silence, which I think has happened for too long, or we can shatter the stigma and get really loud about it.
Yeah. As we close, which if you were here earlier, doesn't really mean anything, but it gives you hope that I'm almost done. What's your message for everyone listening right now? What is your message?
My message is take action, because without action and without invitation, there's really not any, I'm going to say it this way, without an invitation, there's no monetization. Cash currency isn't just about money. KASH, it's about knowledge, attitude, skills, and habits. Build new ones, bank on them, and the return on investment is going to be priceless outcome, because trauma can become your triumph.
Absolutely. I tell people this is not how your story ends. Not today. This is not how your story ends. And so, Veronica Seitz, thank you so much for coming to MIC, and thank you for coming on the Parade Deck stage.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Sean, for drawing out that important message from Veronica. All right, here on the side stage, I'm Raquel Durden, Army veteran, and I served with this guy in the Sinai 100 years ago. I'm here with retired Army veteran PJ Dermer, who's the founder of Terra Search Promise. PJ, tell me a little bit about your twofold mission.
Hi, thanks, Raquel. Yes, it was a while back we served. Terra Search Promise is the nation's first service-disabled, veteran-owned small business dedicated to MIA recovery operations. And our vision is twofold. First It's to get the word out to the veteran community and their families that somebody is keeping our nation's promise to never forget. Close to that, secondly, is to beef up the number of missions to find our missing because time is not on their side.
Thanks, PJ. That's a very important mission, and I'm glad we can use this stage to create some more awareness for that mission and hopefully connect you with some sponsors and volunteers, because you need both, right?
We do. The mission is a very small core team in nature. It's all over the world, but what really makes it a success and goes around to a fruitful conclusion is the volunteer group from the community.
So walk us through one of those missions. Like, what might that be like? Like, how are you notified? And then I'm sure this takes some time. This isn't instantaneous. So can you walk us through that?
You bet. We are formally partnered with the Department of Defense or Department of War. It has the executive authority under Defense POW Accounting Agency. The headquarters is in Crystal City, Virginia, and they have laboratories in Hawaii and Nebraska. They have thousands, to be sure, file folders of missing veterans from World War II, Korea, Southeast Asia, the Cold War. And we get a call, and they ask us, we have a file we would like you to take care of. Can you handle the mission? And it's pre-planning. It takes time. We have a senior veteran or senior archaeologist. We take a look at the mission profile. We take a look at where it is. It's around the world. I've done all throughout Europe. I've been in the Pacific. And we make an assessment, and we contract a negotiated price, and out we go.
I'm glad that the process isn't overly complicated and that you've been able to navigate that. So these missions, I mean, you are bringing peace to families and to veterans and their buddies. How do you prioritize, like, where you're going to shape your efforts, or how are you going to handle this mission over this mission? Because they're all important. We want to bring our people home.
Yeah, that's a great question. Given that there are tens of thousands that are recoverable, the Department of War actually makes a priority of the chance of success to some degree. Given that they are not exactly cheap, and it does take time and money, and Department of Defense, and as we do, you seek to get the missions at a higher chance of recovery. Recovery means that you find enough material, to be honest, that the modern science techniques can say, yes, this is the service member we're looking for.
Thank you. That has to bring such peace. All right, as we wrap it up, is there like one mission that just stands out, one success story you shared about a grandma kind of volunteer shaking? Can you kind of wrap it up for us with that?
All of them have their uniqueness. I've done 2 in the winter, and they stand out for being in the winter in Europe. Those of us that have served in multiple terrain around the world, each mission can be somewhat unique from the other. The one I would share, one or two I would share, is when we go out and we're not quite sure of the chances of success, and then bingo, we have some degree of success, and there's just no higher feeling in the world of what that means to all of us.
Thank you for the important work you do, and enjoy your MIC experience. On stage.
Thanks, Raquel. Our next speakers here on the parade deck stage at MIC. They're here to share insights on the unstoppable power of the military and spouse community. Riley Dunlap is an active duty U.S. Coast Guard member, a health and wellness coach, a follower of Jesus, and a passionate advocate for the military community, inspiring others through service, faith, and leadership. Rebecca Rouse is a strength and conditioning coach, competitive athlete, entrepreneur, speaker, and military spouse. A nationally ranked weightlifter and founder of MCHN Strength, she delivers training and resources to tactical athletes and civilians worldwide, traveling the country to educate and empower individuals, teams, and military and first responder units in fitness, nutrition, and overall wellness. Please welcome to the stage Riley Dunlap and Rebecca Rouse.
Oh, here we go. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the online viewers for watching. I'm here with 2 very special women. You both are part of the military spouse community. You are also part of the active duty Coast Guard community. We appreciate you.
We are military, by the way.
Yes, the Coast Guard also counts. But we're here to discuss about the untapped potential of the military spouse. Before we get to that, what is the stereotype of the military spouse? Let's talk about that.
You mean like Dependa?
Let's talk about that.
Unfortunately, well, being active duty and then seeing like the actual just military spouse, it's night and day difference. I think there's a difference between military spouse and what we like to call dependas. The military spouse community is very supportive, very understanding of what their husbands or wives go through. But then you do have, we call them the dependa side of the house, which they aren't as understanding. They're very insecure. And me being an active duty military individual, I'm the only woman that works where I work right now. So that drives a lot of jealousy from the military or dependas, because actual military spouses don't care. It's just having that lack of understanding that it's just a job. We're not there to do anything with your husbands. And also just actual military spouses have the understanding that things happen at a moment's notice for active duty personnel. We get called off to do the craziest things. We're gone from the house days or months or years at a time. Years, not really for Coast Guard. But it's just military spouses have that understanding, and then you have the dependas that don't have the understanding. And what we want to do is bring the dependas in with the military spouse community and just be like, listen, it's not as bad as you think it is. Like, don't be so insecure. We got you. Like, we're supposed to be a huge community helping each other out because of all of these hardships that we have to go through. So that's what I think.
Would you like to elaborate on the stereotype of the military dependent, which is what we have a internal joke that we call it dependas, but is the military dependent? What is your vision of that stereotype that we see?
Yeah, I think to Riley's point about kind of classifying it as the dependas and then the actual military spouses who would play that support role, that it's a little bit of a misnomer in using the word dependent. I know that's the DOD or now the DOW specific term for spouses and their children and associated family members, but I think to be successful in the military spouse role truly requires independence, a tremendous amount of independence. And so if you're going to be successful in your marriage and in your other endeavors, getting rid of the word dependent and recognizing that independence is actually what's required.
Well said.
I like that.
It's like you practiced that one.
I'm stealing that.
I didn't.
That was good.
I'm stealing that one.
Yeah, steal it. Independence is very important, like you mentioned, because the military, I'm speaking for the Marine Corps specifically, we are over 90% males. The rest of the DOD is over, 60, 70% males. And so when you think about the military spouse, you think about a mom back at home with the kids, and she has to pay the bills, she has to feed the kids, she has to fix anything that happens or breaks, and evacuate from a fire from California if something like that happens. All these things have happened.
That happened.
That happened to us. And so what are other qualities besides independence that will help the military spouse reach that untapped potential?
Trust, camaraderie. Trust is a big one, especially being dual military. Like, you have to have trust in your spouse. You have to have trust that your spouse is doing what they say they are doing. They are working astronomical hours. They're serving, they're protecting, they're doing what they need to do, but they need that trust from back home that they want to make sure your spouse is on the same page. And then camaraderie. We have to tap into each other in the military spouse community. Unfortunately, for me being active duty, I have my active duty people. So I don't really tap into the spouse community, but when I try, I have more of an understanding of what's going on the active duty side. So I try to correct and I try to educate, but sometimes that doesn't work. So it's just having the trust and camaraderie and the education of what your spouse is doing so that you don't have those feelings of untrust, and you're not feeling anxious. You're not feeling, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I'm losing thought right now. I'm not good at this, by the way, so.
You're doing great.
You're doing very well. You're doing well. And your take on this?
Trust and communication come to mind for sure, both within the relationship and the marriage, and then external relationships, friendships, having a couple of close girlfriends that you can confide in, just friendships in general. But in addition to that, I think internal fortitude and discipline. Discipline's a big one for me, just in all aspects of my life. But there's so much going on in the world, in the military world, with the service member, and then in your own life. And as Joel mentioned, I don't have kids, but if you are playing a parent role and then you also have your own personal endeavors, which I highly recommend as a military spouse, having your own personal endeavors, but having the discipline to first take care of yourself, and I'm sure we're going to talk about that as well, but taking care of yourself first and foremost so that you can go and do all the other things that you want to do or have to do, all those obligations, all those responsibilities. If you don't have self-discipline and internal fortitude to manage all those responsibilities, everything becomes exponentially more difficult.
What about resilience and learning? I mean, obviously, when you're home and you're taking care of all those things, it's a full-time job being a mom. You're not a mom. You're not a mom.
I'm a cat mom.
You're okay. Yep. But
it's a job.
We know that, and we respect that a lot of the military spouse community, they're parents that are home trying their best to do to be everything while the dad or potentially mom is not there, right? So when it comes to resilience and discipline, what are some of the things that you recommend that they do as dependents or independents so that they can build and be that self-sufficient individual? Some action steps. What do you say?
I would say join a church group. Like, deep dive in your faith, because you're always going to have Jesus. Pray, you're going to always have Jesus. Lean on God. But what's really helped me, and no, I'm not a mom yet, but I've joined a church. I've grown a community through my church. And it's been one of the best decisions I've ever made. So, and there's a lot of moms that go to my church group as well. And I'm telling you, they're all like, hey, if you need me to watch your kids, like, I can absolutely do that. So you don't have to keep tapped in with the military community and their military spouse community, because some people don't really fit into that community. So find other communities. But 100% I would recommend finding a church or a church group, because I'm telling you, people at church, they will do anything to help you get through your hardships.
Building resilience, I find, is most enabled when you take on personal challenges and focus on something that is meaningful and doesn't have to be related to the military community, but finding something that you can tackle, something that you can get involved with, something that is going to keep you focused and striving for more. So whether that's a hobby, you mentioned community, starting a business, working with a nonprofit, something that's meaningful and gives you purpose, independent of the service member to whom you're married. Finding ways to try, maybe to fail and learn, and take those lessons that you learn and implement them into other things.
Let's move on into when we talk about independence and entrepreneurship. I know that you're an entrepreneur, and there are many military spouses out there that are entrepreneurs, and they've figured out the formula to be all of those things. Just like some military members have figured out the formula of how to be both military and entrepreneurs outside of that, right? And it's a lot of work, it's a lot of dedication, sacrifices, and all that. From the qualities that you can recognize are assets for military spouses. What are some of the areas of entrepreneurship that you would recommend that they would go into, maybe that you can see most military spouses being successful at?
Honestly, like social media is a big one. A lot of these, like, I guess they're called mommy bloggers. Like, but I feel like other military spouses would like to see the day-to-day of what an actual military spouse does. So, like, without putting your kids out there, because I highly believe that you shouldn't put your kids on social media because there's some creepers out there. But share your journey as a military spouse day to day. Share your struggles, because there are people on social media that would love to see that. Also, on the side, I do health and wellness, and I've been helping a lot of military spouses I've been macros, meal plans, fitness plans, and I've been working around their schedules as a mom. You can do at-home workouts. You don't need equipment to work out at the house. So that's been a route that I've gone to help military spouses in the community to gain independence and to keep their health and wellness up to par as well. But for military spouses, I think an easy one is utilizing social media. TikTok mostly. I think they monetize pretty well.
TikTok does monetize pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
They give more easily monetize on TikTok than anywhere else. What do you think? For not the TikTok portion, but the other question I asked.
As far as entrepreneurship, I think for any entrepreneur, if you're going to go the route of entrepreneurship, you got to be passionate about what it is you're doing, because you're going to spend a lot of time, a lot of energy, potentially money. You're going to pour your soul into this thing that you're creating, and if it's not something you're passionate about, then you're going to wake up feeling resentful every day for the work that you're doing. So it doesn't really matter what field or area it's in. Figure out what your passion is, what you would do every single day, what you'd wake up and get out of bed with excitement and drive every single morning without a paycheck. Because the reality is you're probably not going to get a paycheck for a while. Yeah. That's entrepreneurship. But you still feel so called to do this work in whatever field that it's in that you get out of bed every morning with that passion and that drive. So I can't really assign a specific path. That's up to the individual to decide. But I think everyone knows what they're called to do. What were you put on this earth to do? Figure out what that is and then go for it.
Military spouses and military couples, I consider them power couples or potential power couples, because they may, they have that potential. You work or you do business with your husband, right? You do some work with him.
Sometimes.
And we work together in some projects. Pros and cons of working with your spouse on businesses. Yeah, let's ask that. Pros and cons of working with your spouse in business endeavors.
I mean, I don't know if you guys caught our talk here before. My husband likes to talk a lot, so it's just trying to insert like, hey, there's another person in this equation. So, but he's just super passionate about what he does. But what's really good is my husband's a huge content creator. He has millions of followers on all platforms, and even though I may not be in the videos with him, I may not, but I'm behind the scenes. I'm helping him with his schedule. I'm helping him or think of content. I'm constantly sending him news articles, mostly about the Coast Guard. So we need to talk about the Coast Guard a little bit. But I like being that behind the scenes person. Because in the end, the monetization, everything, it doesn't just benefit him, it benefits us. So even if I'm not behind the camera with him, I feel like I am an integral part of his success, because I am feeding him the content, I'm feeding him the opportunities. I literally just got him a podcast set up for later today with an amazing woman who is a Apache helicopter pilot. So I'm behind the scenes just helping him. So that's kind of a pro. Cons is that he works way too much. Being active duty and pursuing other things on the side, we rarely get to just have moments with each other. So that's definitely a con, but that's where the trust comes in, and we deal with it, and we talk about it in communication. communication as well. So, yeah.
I think a lot of the attributes that make a marriage successful or unsuccessful are the same things that would make a business run by those two individuals successful or unsuccessful. So having a shared passion, we just so happen to be passionate about a lot of the same things, so it really works for us.
I mean, look at them. They both work out. Like
we do. And we have similar visions for how we want to impact the world, the legacy we want to leave, and so it's very fulfilling to be able to share that type of experience, that type of relationship with the person that I love the most on this earth, and to be able to wake up every day and not just do what fills my cup, but fills our cup, and to be able to be on that road with somebody who's so aligned in every area of life has been incredibly fulfilling for me. To Riley's point, I think the cons are it's hard to turn it off. Yes. We're talking about business all day, every day. We're dreaming about it. We're waking each other up in the middle of the night, maybe not necessarily, but falling asleep at night before, the last conversation we have before we go to bed is something business related, and then we wake up and it starts all over again from the time we open our eyes. So it's really hard to have that on-off switch, so we have to be very intentional, which is something we're work in progress still, but making time for conversations, for vacations, for things that are not related to the business necessarily, and being able to identify when we are going too far in that direction, taking a step back and remembering that at the end of the day we are still husband and wife before we are business partners, and that's the most important relationship, because if we don't have that, then nothing else can be successful.
Yeah, that what she said.
Yeah, just to be clear, if I wake her up in the middle of the night, she will just punch me in the face.
Yeah, that was a metaphor. We don't actually wake each other up in the middle of the night, but we do sometimes. The last and I've said this to him, and sometimes I break my own rule, but when it's time for bed, when we're getting into the bedroom and then into bed, the work conversations have to stop, because I'm a big sleep fanatic, and if I'm talking about work until the second I put my head on that pillow, it's harder to fall asleep. And so I need to be intentional about creating that space between the end of the workday and the beginning of the wind down for bed.
Well said. I'm a true believer that when people come together to be couples, whether it's married or they decide not to get married, just be together for a long time, you need to have, in order for it to be successful, you need to have two whole people.
Yes.
It shouldn't be half and half. Like people say, you're my other half. It's like, no, you should be a whole person with another whole person so that you make two whole people, right? That said, Rebecca was once asked, when we had our 10-year anniversary 2 weeks ago, and she was asked, what is your secret for, a long 10-year marriage? And she said, I was right there when she said it. She said, time apart. And whether it's intentional or unintentional, which is where the trust comes in, yes. But being able to enjoy being alone. Not lonely, but alone.
Kagan says that all the time, by the way. My husband says that all the time. I'd have to agree. Like, it's nice to, we have our times together, but there was, like I discussed in we just started actually living together in so our past 5 years, we've been married for 5 years, and we just started living together full time this last year. So we were so used to having time apart that we became comfortable with it. But I do agree, it's nice because he can go on his work trips and I don't worry about anything. I can go do my girls' trips and stuff, and he doesn't have to worry about anything because we already have that trust with each other that we can do our own stuff apart. So I do agree to an extent, you do need time apart in order for relationships like this to work. And that's where a lot of the military spouse community, that's where they suffer, is because they're at home, they don't have other hobbies or anything. So they're just waiting for their husband to get home. You have to find that healthy medium where it's with time apart. Go on girls' trips, go visit your mom, go drop the kids off somewhere and go do something fun. You have to develop that time apart so that you can be happy and you're not dependent on happiness from a person. You're dependent on happiness with yourself.
Boom, well said. And I agree. It's, as a military spouse, you're existence, your purpose cannot be attached to that individual. It's a part of who we are. It's a part of my life experience, but it's not who I am. I am not a military spouse first and foremost. I am me, and that just happens to be one of the things the roles that I serve in my life. But if your sole existence and your sole purpose is that, then you're going to be missing out on potentially a lot of opportunities for personal development. And so finding that passion, finding that identity within yourself, independent of that service member, I think is really important. And when the military kind of builds in time apart, especially during the GWAT era, when there was, they were gone all the time. And even without combat happening as often, there's still trainings, there's still separate duty station, PCS, whatever. So there's plenty of time built in to be apart from your spouse, but that makes the time together that much more valuable and more memorable. So being intentional about making those times mean something, and being physically, not just being together, but being physically present with one another, being undistracted and present.
Great. I have one more question for you
Uh-oh.
before I go into the audience and we get some questions from the audience. If you can change, or if you can help change one thing with your abilities, your skills,